Can you imagine landing at the airport and finding your luggage looking like it's gone through a paper shredder?
I just immediately just started crying out of stress because I was just I don't even know what happened.
Photographer Emily Hofferber flew Delta Airlines from Fort Myers to Salt Lake City. When she landed, she found her suitcase and belongings inside totally destroyed. When I looked at that luggage, I thought, what the heck happened to that luggage?
Everything was torn to shreds. The metal frame that held the luggage together was sticking out, and the smell of the burning fabric was awful.
She tweeted photos of her travel nightmare, and the social media reaction was priceless.
A gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship. And wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. Never been done before, anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks out? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
The president said rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it.
Watch out! Here comes another smack in the face. Have you ever seen such a thing? Cheese getting thrown into the faces of toddlers. It's all part of a bizarre new cheesed challenge. Parents post videos of themselves flinging a slice of cheese at their kids. Some little ones think it's funny. Some take the opportunity to eat it, but some look startled and not so thrilled. A mom of two said, "I love a prank as much as anybody, but I cannot get myself to throw cheese at my adorable, unsuspecting baby who has all the hope and trust in the world in me."
State police say the couple living here after spending money that wasn't theirs. Investigators say Robert and Tiffany Williams had $120,000 deposited into their account at BB&T on May 31st through a mistake by a teller. But instead of contacting the bank about the deposit, the couple allegedly spent most of the money, all in 2.5 weeks between June 3rd through the 19th. Police say the Williams also used the money on bills, car repairs, cash purchases, and even gave $15,000 to friends in need of money. Once the bank realized its mistake, it transferred the $120,000 to the correct account.
This is why Trump had Zelensky escorted out of the White House. During their heated meeting, Trump criticized Zelensky for not showing enough gratitude for U.S. help. He claimed Zelensky was in a weak position and warned him about the serious risks his actions could pose, including the chance of starting World War III. Vice President J.D. Vance also expressed his unhappiness with how Zelensky was acting. As the argument grew louder, Trump warned Zelensky that his actions could lead to dangerous consequences, potentially even a global conflict. The planned deal about Ukraine's rare earth minerals was suddenly canceled. In the end, security escorted Zelensky and his team out of the White House, and Trump later said Zelensky could come back only when he was ready to talk about peace.
So it broke the skin and scabbed over.
Ashley Armstrong already had a lecture with her 11-year-old son, Jordan. Scabs from tattoos are now seen down his arm reading, "I heart my Lord," plus initials tattooed on his hands.
He got punishment for it. He got punished for it. He knows better. He shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Now the Greenville mother wants answers.
These kids are getting these tattoos in class, and not one teacher noticed it.
Armstrong received a call from the school nurse at Travis Intermediate Tuesday. She was told to get lab work done immediately on her 6th grade son.
This is wild. Cognify is a new concept for prison reform where criminals would have the choice to choose between spending tens of years behind bars or instead opt to have AI artificial memories implanted into their brain. The idea is to treat criminals like patients and permanently change their brain chemistry by implanting these artificial memories so that when they re-enter society, they are a new and completely reformed person who mentally cannot commit any more crimes. The way that it works is that depending on the severity of the crime, AI would design these false memories to be implanted that would make the person more empathetic, or in some circumstances, make them physically and emotionally feel the pain of their victims and their victims' families.
Your home did survive. How did you manage to do that?
It's raining here. Not from the clouds, from the roof and eaves.
It looks kind of like a car wash.
To explain this man-made rain shower, let's rewind to 2020. The wildfire raged here, but spared the Mitchells' home.
The house made it, but with significant damage.
Today, it's fully restored, plus one innovative addition.
Those are the pipes to the roof. Those are the pipes to the roof.
That's a sprinkler system attached to the roof and under the eaves to fight fires.
You know, anything we can do to defend the house is worth doing.
This misting apparatus is the brainchild of a company called Frontline Wildfire Defense. Remotely triggers the sprinklers.
An Ohio grandma shares a cleaning tip and dives into social media stardom.
That's crazy. That's crazy, ridiculous.
Lisa Pack says her pool tends to get a little green, leaving her family feeling blue.
My pool has never been clear. It's just doesn't stay clear for some reason.
Until she says she tried a simple trick that requires no effort, no scrubbing, and fits in the palm of her hand, a Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Magic Eraser, you put it in your skimmer basket.
She left it there overnight, and when she checked the next morning,
wada bing, wada boom, it was green and the pool was clear.
Pack was so impressed with the results, she took to Facebook, posting a photo of the very green sponge along with an explanation of her cleaning hack.
One of the largest Tesla dealerships in the country was burned to the ground in what is a suspected attack of arson, destroying over 550,000 euros worth of vehicles overnight. This is also not accounting for the property and infrastructure damage that was caused by this fire. But when I say burned to the ground, I mean there's nothing left. It is ash. This also comes on the heels of a rash of arson and arson attempts against Tesla chargers in France, which are being seen as a political reaction to Elon's backing of fascists worldwide. And between this and the German election results that show that the party that got Elon's support actually took a hit in popularity as a result of it, shows that Europe is fed up with Elon and probably going to move against him very soon.
This is the world's quietest construction site, because instead of machinery to cut wood, here at a foam home, crews heat up a wire with a battery pack, stretch it out, and then slice the foam like butter. Then they glue it to the rest of the house with a glue that turns into more foam.
So it is 100% breathable, 100% livable. It is FDA approved and 100% recyclable.
Amir Siabi with Strata International Group shows us this 6,000 square foot home being built in the valley with their product. They say as lumber's only grown in cost, foam hasn't really. In fact, building a home this way can be 10 to 50% cheaper.
No supply chains in the last year that has ever affected us.
This is ridiculous!
Just look at the vandalism to this $100,000 Tesla Cybertruck. Dozens of Cybertrucks at a parking lot in Fort Lauderdale were spray painted with a vulgar term directed at Tesla owner Elon Musk. Some vandals recorded themselves in the act. Across the USA, owners of the distinctive-looking vehicles say they're being targeted by strangers. Cybertruck owners are being flipped off in traffic.
That's probably happened about 3 times in the last 2 weeks.
They also wrote a nasty message. It's gotten so bad, Emler Morales won't take his purple Cybertruck certain places.
You walk in this neighborhood and you cannot miss this giant pole right here. It is huge. I measured it a little while ago and it is more than 3 feet wide. Neighbors here are upset about this, as you can imagine, and they tell me they were not even notified about this.
They'll be like, "Do you own this house? I'm so sorry." Every single person apologizes.
After months of searching, this homeowner who wants to stay anonymous for her privacy was excited to finally move into her first home with her husband. They closed on the house on the corner of Park and Fairview in the heart of Montrose in January. 2 weeks later, and this, a giant utility pole plopped in front of their home.
An alert from police. Someone is taking $1 bills and turning them into $100 bills.
A cashier at Ohana Foods Hilo had a feeling something was off when a woman handed her a $100 bill on Saturday.
And she proceeded to tell me that it's an old bill. But I had an old bill in one of our tip jars. And so I pulled out the old bill on the side and I was like, okay, it looks different. It's more of like a yellowish tone versus as the bill she gave me, it was black.
Ramos marked the bill with the counterfeit pen. Yellow means real currency, so she was confused.
I lifted it up one more time, and that's when I noticed the faded $1 marking. And I told her, I was like, this is a...
This is how famous YouTuber Alicia Burney died. Social media star Alicia Burney, who won hearts with her funny skits on YouTube and TikTok, has passed away. According to reports, Bernie died after being laced during a trip to Mexico to celebrate her birthday. The death of the 25-year-old social media sensation has yet to be confirmed by her family or representatives. Tributes have been pouring in from fans and other creators alike in social media, praising Bernie for her amazing talent, sense of humor, and contribution to the online entertainment scene.
Police surveillance shows a 29-year-old inmate, Justin Avery, crawling into the women's section to SA her while in custody. The video shows Avery crawling on the ground, then sneaking like a spider through the isolation devices in the prison area before lying down on the woman's side, groping her, and then pulling down her pants. However, this action was noticed by another female inmate, who yelled at Avery in an attempt to stop Avery's unlawful behavior. Upon hearing the female inmate's voice, Justin Avery raised his finger in an attempt to silence him. The female inmate's warning cry drew the attention of others on the scene, and prison staff quickly arrived to control Avery and remove him from the female inmate area.
New at 6, questions about the fuel one woman says she bought at Costco. A mechanic showed her how the gas from her car was mixed with water, but she says Costco won't make it right.
It was shaking like this and the engine light kept flashing.
Michelle Rabinovich says when that happened, she rushed her 2022 Volkswagen into the dealer.
And it does not look that pretty.
Where they showed her this video evidence that her car's gas was contaminated with water.
They were like, you have bad gas. We have to drain all the gas and put new gas in, clean everything out before we do that.
Rabinovich knows where the gas came from, the only place she and her family buy gas.
Harry Withrow used to work here at this oil shop called True Balance in Round Rock for 4 months.
They're telling you it's Castro or Mobil 1. And it's not. It's cheap oil.
And why are they doing that?
It's money, profit, all for profit.
He says he took this picture of the high-priced Mobil 1 synthetic oil jugs that you see when you walk into the shop. But what customers don't see is this picture. He says it shows a True Balance employee filling those same jugs with cheap, regular oil.
Trying to tell them they're selling Dom Perignon, and they're handing them a Miller Lite with Dom Perignon sticker on it.
Still alive and administered first aid to her.
The police have released new details about Sudiksha Konanki, a 20-year-old female college student who went missing during spring break. 22-year-old Joshua Ribe has been identified as a suspect and underwent nearly 4 hours of questioning on Wednesday, during which he repeatedly changed Konanki's story. The police have stated that they cannot rule out the possibility of foul play. According to surveillance footage, on March 5th, they went to a nightclub together and then took a walk on the beach. Most of them returned to the hotel around 5:55 a.m. According to the police investigation report, Joshua stayed on the beach with Konanki before going swimming. According to Joshua, during the swimming process, the tide pulled them into the sea. When they surfaced, they tried to seek help.
Who had to euthanize one of those pets. At least 2 cats in New York City have tested positive for the bird flu. City Health Department says avian influenza, best known as bird flu, was confirmed in 2 and suspected in another cat. Dr. Deborah Bayezit is a veterinarian who had to euthanize one of those pets. She told WCBS.
Kind of vague symptoms. It just was not really wanting to eat. It was lethargic at home. And when it came to us, it had a really high fever.
The New York City Health Department is warning pet owners not to feed their cats with a raw food diet. According to the department, all of the affected cats were fed the same brand of raw pet food.
Now to the class action lawsuit against Walmart. The company agreeing to pay $45 million to settle that lawsuit.
If you bought groceries at Walmart in recent years, the retail giant may owe you up to $500. Here's the deal. Walmart's paying $45 million to settle a class action lawsuit claiming the retail giant overcharged some customers for certain groceries bought in store from October 19th, 2018 to January 19th of this year. The lawsuit accuses Walmart of falsely inflating product weight, mislabeling some products, and overcharging for certain clearance items, including meat, poultry, pork, and seafood sold by weight, as well as for some bagged citrus fruit.
This woman was fired for giving food to students that didn't have money. This woman's name is Debbie Solzman. She worked as a lunch lady in a school cafeteria. This school had a rule. If a student can't afford to buy lunch, they are given a free cheese sandwich to eat. But that's like like the worst thing to feed a kid, and it's not enough food. And Debbie knew this. She started to upgrade the meals of the kids who got a cheese sandwich to a regular school meal. She wasn't stealing either. She kept IOUs for all the meals she bought and then paid for them out of her own pocket. But the school district still decided to fire her. And their official reason was that she gave food to her grandchildren. Debbie says that she did upgrade lunches of her grandkids, but they were by no means the only kids who got their lunches upgraded.
Breaking news. Today, I would like to convey to you the incredibly sad news that boxing legend George Foreman has left us. I remember in the 1970s, Foreman knocked his opponents down again and again with that powerful right hand. Each of his punches seemed to tell the world that courage, strength, and perseverance could outlast anything. He has been in a tough battle, facing young and talented opponents without flinching, with the strength of the interpretation of the word king. Whether it is the classic moment when he looked at his opponent angrily and swung his fists, or the warm figure smiling and accepting the applause after the match, all of them have become eternal memories in the history of boxing.
A man fed up with power outages says he decided to invest in a generator for his whole house, only to face sticker shock from the power company.
Massive storms wreaking havoc on Metro Detroit, causing power outages that last for days. Callis says after the last power outage at his Milford home, he and his wife finally decided to invest in a whole house generator. Callis says he was shocked to learn that on top of having to pay for an already expensive generator, DTE planned to charge him a lot to upgrade his gas meter.
The police officers enjoying their coffee at a Starbucks before their shift when they say they were shown the door. A barista reportedly asking them to leave at the request of another customer.
This morning, Starbucks is facing fresh criticism. A barista says she was approached by a customer who said they felt unsafe with 6 Tempe officers gathered for coffee at the store. That employee apparently giving the cops the option to either move out of the customer's sight or leave the store. The officers decided to leave. The incident is picking up steam online with the hashtag #DumpStarbucks trending this weekend.
Here's who killed prosecutor Jessica Aber. Jessica Aber, a former U.S. prosecutor known for handling classified cases in coordination with the CIA, was found dead in her home in Alexandria, Virginia on March 22, 2025. She was 43 years old. She was known for her involvement in investigations that linked foreign intelligence networks with domestic criminal groups. At the time of her death, Aber was preparing to testify on March 25th against a Baltimore-based mafia organization accused of arms trafficking and money laundering. According to the prosecution, members of the group faced sentences of up to 20 years in prison. She was a key witness and one of the main figures in building the case. On Saturday morning, she was found dead in her bedroom. There were no signs of forced entry, but the security cameras had been disabled.
Neighbors have to look at this brightly painted fence every day, and they're frustrated that a woman decided on these neon colors.
This past summer, Donna installed a tall privacy fence on her lot along Trotter's Walk in Newton County. Turned out to be too tall. Complaints came in. The county told her to cut it down to size. She did. But over the Thanksgiving weekend, she painted it. Dick Hopkins lives 2 doors down. The neon colors are making him see red. But it's only on one side of the fence. On Donna's side, it's a bluish gray to match the trim on her home.
I don't know what her problem is, but she certainly doesn't have any respect for her other neighbors.
This is great news for anybody receiving a check from Social Security. Elon Musk just did a town hall where he said the work that Doge is doing is going to make it so that legitimate Social Security recipients are going to receive more money, not less. Watch this.
No, in fact, what we're doing will help their benefits. Legitimate people, as a result of the work of Doge, will receive more Social Security, not less. I want to emphasize that. As a result of the work of Doge, legitimate recipients of Social Security will receive more money, not less money.
All right.
I want to emphasize that point and let the record show that I said this, and it will be proven out to be true.
When a North Texas man found an ATM skimmer, he didn't just call police. He took the device and he started his own investigation. It turned into a Facebook post about a discovery that has been spreading really quick.
The ATM is inside this convenience store, and when Daniel Rodriguez put his card in to withdraw cash Sunday afternoon, he noticed that the slot where you slide your card, it was just ever so slightly off.
So I just pulled on it, and when I pulled on it, it had play, and I could see the green underneath it.
So I was like, well, that doesn't make any kind of sense.
Now at 10:30, Walmart employees will soon be wearing body cameras in what the nation's largest retailer calls a new security measure to protect shoppers and employees.
Walmart isn't the only retailer to implement body-worn cameras.
Now Walmart has decided to try it out, body cameras on their employees. So what do customers think? Walmart employees wearing body cameras.
I think it's a little bizarre. I don't want someone to just follow me with a camera while I'm getting groceries.
Now at 10:30, Walmart employees will soon be wearing body cameras in what the nation's largest retailer calls a new security measure to protect shoppers and employees.
Walmart isn't the only retailer to implement body-worn cameras.
Now Walmart has decided to try it out, body cameras on their employees. So what do customers think? Walmart employees wearing body cameras.
I think it's a little bizarre. I don't want someone to just follow me with a camera while I'm getting groceries.
Walmart already is testing the technology at stores in Texas, and soon SoCal Walmart workers could be wearing them too. The nation's largest retailer says it's not just to deter shoplifters. It's also to keep their employees safe from increasingly aggressive customers. Shoppers we talked with tonight in Burbank have mixed reviews, but agreed if employees in blue vests are wearing cameras, it might just encourage customers to stay off the naughty list.
Connie is 100 years old. And how about this? She gets to show off the work she did as a defense riveter during World War II. Connie is one of the original and few remaining Rosie the Riveters. During the war, she was one of the many women who stepped up and into jobs traditionally held by men. In Connie's case, she was literally a riveter, helping put together B-29 bombers and other vital pieces of defense and infrastructure for the war effort. She was just 17 years old. Her daughter is proud of her pioneering mom.
Her role was just as important, but sometimes she'll say, I wasn't a veteran like they were, but she did her work for the service and for our country.
Over 8 decades later, Connie is one of the last Rosies standing.
I wish all the others that work with me could be here, but of course they're gone.
Connie helped restore the B-29 that's on display in Wichita, keeping the "we can do it" spirit alive. And she has some advice for other women trying to make their way in the world.
Keep on going. Never give up.
It was a big day for the Beltran family in Long Beach. 15-year-old Phoebe doing an ocean swim test for the cadet lifeguard program.
Out of nowhere, I feel something biting and grabbing my arm over and over again. I see just like the shadow of it. I'm like, I have no idea what it is. And all I'm thinking is, please don't be a shark. Please don't take off my arm and please don't kill me.
It was not a shark. It was an aggressive sea lion. Phoebe has numerous bites and scratches on her arm and her hand. She's swollen and bruised, but she's okay. Adult sea lions can be up to 700 pounds and 6 feet long. Sea lion attacks on people, though, are unusual. Just over a week ago, a surfer reported he was attacked by a sea lion in Oxnard. And on Sunday, lifeguards rushed to help Phoebe, and she was taken to the ER. For now, she's out of the water and she is healing. Marine experts here in Southern California say increasingly sea lions are being poisoned by a toxic algae bloom, and that makes them more aggressive.
Breaking news, schools will no longer be free for everyone. A new law now requires parents to pay $8,095 per child if they cannot prove their legal status in the United States. From now on, school districts can demand birth certificates, U.S. passports, or permanent residency cards to enroll children in public schools. If parents fail to provide these documents, their children will be denied free education and will have to pay the required amount, which may vary by district. This measure, approved with 5 votes in favor and 3 against, has sparked major controversy across the country. It could leave thousands of children without access to education, impacting immigrant families the most. Many believe this law violates the right to education and discriminates against vulnerable communities, while others see it as a necessary regulation. Is this law fair or an attack on immigrants? Let me know your thoughts in the comments and follow me so you don't miss part 2.
Well, Rob, when the plumber didn't receive payment right away after a finished job, they returned the next day to undo their repairs. Operations manager Jesse Sanders says when their grease trap started to overflow, they called Hevron Plumbing Company to fix the block. 3 days later, when it happens again, they called the plumber back.
this time saying it was an emergency.
So this was the first invoice, basically explaining all the work he did. And then this is the second one, basically doing the same exact work on all the lines. And he charged us double.
The bill was $235. The second was $390, and the owners refused to pay the second one.
It's not about the money, it's just about him just standing behind his work.
Restaurant surveillance cameras show the plumber returning the next morning.
And the following day, we received a text message saying that he's on our property. He put a balloon into our grease trap and he's not going to remove it until we paid. If we were to leave the balloon in there, it would overflow the restaurant with water.
Unfortunately, we discovered a deceased juvenile male in Ventura County.
Breaking news. Los Angeles law enforcement officers found the body of 13-year-old boy Oscar Omar Hernandez, who went missing last week, in a forest along a highway in Ventura County. He was a student from the Sun Valley Magnetic School in the San Fernando Valley. According to reports, Oscar took a train to Lancaster on March 30th to visit his football coach and did not return home. His family reported his disappearance. His family said they had tried to call Oscar, but the coach answered the phone and said Oscar couldn't answer. Afterwards, the phone was disconnected. Oscar's father eventually contacted the coach, who said he had sent Oscar to their nearby home. At that moment, they knew something had happened, so they called the police. Authorities were dispatched on Wednesday evening to search the Harbor Avenue near McGrath State Beach and Santa Clara River in Ventura County. This is a swamp with dense trees located next to Harbor Avenue, where they discovered Oscar, who had lost his life. This is so heartbreaking.
A woman saw this sticker on the front window of women's clothing store Rare Trends in East Austin, reading exclusively for white people, maximum of 5 colored customers. There's also a city logo and above it, sponsored by the City of Austin Contemporary Partition and Restoration. Caroline Gray is the director of sales and marketing for the store. She came in Wednesday expecting an average day, not knowing what was on the store's front window.
Come in from the side and in through the front door, off to the left, so I don't see the front of the sign when I come in the door.
That was until the phone started ringing.
And she said, I just walked by your store and there's a sign in the window that says you only allow white people to shop. And I was like, what?
Gray walked outside and saw it for herself. Austin police came to the store to investigate. It turns out Rare Trends is not the only business hit by vandals with the sticker. It was also put on Windmill Bicycles and El Chiquito restaurant on Manor Road. The city's code enforcement officers will be looking for other stickers and the person or people posting them.
First, we're going to begin here with a funeral burial gone terribly wrong. A grieving family is speaking out today after pallbearers fell into the grave while carrying the casket of their loved one in North Philadelphia.
The platform above the burial site collapsed right from under their feet.
The pallbearers carried Benjamin Aviles to his final resting spot. As they began to lay down the casket, the platform above the burial site collapses, sending the men plunging into the burial hole.
It was just a horrible incident that happened in a bad moment.
Aviles' stepdaughter, Maribel Rodriguez, says the men who fell into the hole all suffered injuries, mostly to their legs, hands, and back. Aviles' son suffered the worst of it.
The casket laid on top of him and he was out like a light. His face was in the mud.
She and her family blame Greenmount Cemetery and the Rodriguez Funeral Home for what she calls subpar conditions for a burial. Maribel Rodriguez says no relation to the funeral home.
Why can't Vanessa Bryant sell the house she shared with Kobe, even years after his tragic death? The reason will leave you speechless. From the outside, it looks like a dream, a luxurious estate in the hills of Orange County, the home where Kobe Bryant lived, loved, raised his daughters, and where memories still walk the hallways like shadows that won't fade. But ever since that devastating helicopter crash in 2020 that took Kobe and their daughter Gianna, this house hasn't been the same. Vanessa tried to move on, quietly listing the property, but something always stopped the process. Offers fell through, buyers backed out. Real estate insiders called it cursed by grief, but it's deeper than that. Close friends say Vanessa can't even enter certain rooms without breaking down. Gianna's basketball shoes still sit by the door. Kobe's handwritten notes are framed on the hallway wall, and here's where it gets chilling. One of those notes, found just weeks after his death, simply said, "Home is where you return, even when you're gone."
State police say the couple living here after spending money that wasn't theirs. Investigators say Robert and Tiffany Williams had $120,000 deposited into their account at BB&T on May 31st through a mistake by a teller. But instead of contacting the bank about the deposit, the couple allegedly spent most of the money, all in 2.5 weeks between June 3rd through the 19th. Police say the Williams also used the money on bills, car repairs, cash purchases, and even gave $15,000 to friends in need of money. Once the bank realized its mistake, it transferred the $120,000 to the correct account. It contacted Tiffany Williams on June 20th and told her the couple had to pay back the $107,000 in overdraft fees they incurred. On June 21st, the bank called again. Tiffany said she and her husband would work out a payment plan. Court papers show that after those 2 initial phone calls from the bank, the couple had no contact with bank representatives, despite several attempts by the bank to reach them. The couple is now facing felony theft charges.
The couple says magnet fishing is as simple as tying a heavy-duty magnet onto a rope, giving it a toss, and then waiting for it to connect to a metal object.
Little did they know their casual pastime would lead them to the discovery of a lifetime. The two spent Friday afternoon magnet fishing at Corona Park's Meadow Lake. After about 45 minutes of throwing the magnet back and forth into the water, Kane felt a heavy tug and managed to haul up an old, rusted safe from the murky depths. It wasn't the first time they found an old safe, and they assumed there would be nothing inside, which they were used to finding.
It looked sealed, but I saw a hole in the bottom, so I started banging it on the floor, and I thought there was baggies in there where you would put like change or something like that.
But what was revealed left the couple in disbelief. Agostini says she thought Kane was playing a prank on her when he told her there were stacks of dollar bills inside.
It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not money. He's like, no, it really is. Until I saw it for myself and he peeled back.
Well, now to the mysterious object that fell from the sky and then damaged an auto repair shop in South Jersey. It left a hole in the roof at SNL Automotive. The shop's owner thinks the object may have come from space.
In the small town of Magnolia in South Jersey, there's a lot of talk about this. Around 2:30 Wednesday morning, residents were woken up by a loud boom. When Sebastian Leonardo arrived at his auto body shop in Atlantic Avenue later that morning,
that's when I looked up and I saw the giant hole up there in the ceiling.
When employees climbed up to look at the damage to the roof and ceiling, they saw where the unidentified object made impact.
A sizable dent in a thick steel gauge box. Yeah, and so that's when I went to my cameras and I found all the videos and realized what had actually happened. You know, it's like the giant flash outside and then the impact in here.
Surveillance footage from cameras in and outside of SNL Automotive show the moment that something collided with the building.
You eventually see like a giant fireball come through the ceiling and then everything come flying down the roof with it.
Appointment was for a wisdom tooth extraction. While in the dentist chair, she says she had trouble breathing, so she asked the dentist to stop.
She eventually stopped. And then she resumed the attempt to extract the tooth. And after an extended period of time, I felt dizzy, and I told her that I couldn't see.
Joseph says she passed out in the chair, and when she regained consciousness, she was alone in the room.
I lost the ability to speak, so I had to tap on the metal object to gain one of their attention.
An ambulance brought her to a hospital emergency room.
I remember hearing the doctors declaring me to be in critical condition.
Joseph says her diagnosis was nerve damage, a mild jawline fracture, and an anesthesia overdose.
Tooth that's still in there.
Joseph says she received oral anesthesia. Dr. Charles Buste explained that IV sedation is safer.
Well, our consumer team recently hit a nerve. They filed a report focused on faulty refrigerators. And then our viewers responded resoundingly about your own refrigerator problem.
No, that's it. I guess this is the final word.
Frank in San Francisco says he's been dealing with a difficult LG fridge since 2021.
This one cost me $2,000, and it's been a nightmare.
It's not freezing well. Techs have repeatedly tried to fix it, but haven't. Frank's asked for a replacement or a refund, but no.
I was ready to give up.
It's a nationwide issue.
On YouTube, more than 1,300,000 people watched our story, focused on Betsy in Redwood City. She's had 2 fridges die in just 5 years.
Yeah, 2. She had exactly the same LG refrigerator that I have.
LG says it put an arbitration notice on the box. It's asking a federal judge to require individual fridge owners to move their case to arbitration in private. But owners we interviewed say they never saw the box because delivery people unboxed their fridge.
The box stayed in the truck.
Same for Sunil.
I did not even see the box.
Betsy too. No one we talked to ever saw the box.
Natalie and her family have owned Sticky Rice on Wheels for about 5 years, selling mainly at the River Park Shopping Center on Tuesdays during the farmers market or on Saturdays during Fresno Street Eats. But last Saturday was their last time because they received this message from organizers saying, quote, "I just got a call from River Park that because of complaints from restaurants on site, we'll have to eliminate all Asian food from our events effective immediately."
It made me feel really disgusted. I was really hurt initially. It was more of disappointment because I thought we were better than this.
The farmers market has won Best in Central California 8 years in a row. This move gets rid of about a dozen of its vendors, spanning 8 different cultures from Hmong to Japanese. In a statement, River Park said it has, quote, "commitment to its tenants that it must keep and honor with integrity," saying the vendors should complement the tenants, not directly compete with them. This is not the first time certain foods or goods have been banned from the markets, according to organizers. Things like pizza, hamburgers, and sushi are on the list of things that are not to be sold due to competition with existing storefronts.
Here at the Ripley Walmart, Heather Bench comes in every week with a plan.
We're going to get some soda, some water, and some trash bags.
And whatever else Michaela decides she wants. So we're following her lead.
Yes.
Her daughter sometimes has her own list that mom doesn't know about. This shopping cart has made this a whole lot easier for them and other special needs families.
Here, I'll hold this.
Before,
you get in.
Michaela was forced to climb in. Now she gets strapped into a Caroline's cart.
She doesn't get as overwhelmed. She can still interact with me while I face her, and I can go shopping and get the groceries.
Thanks to manager Jada Saeed.
She was explaining to me about her daughter and her conditions, and I kind of took a look at her daughter, and immediately I wanted to do whatever I could to help her.
And she did. Within a few months, Jada called and told Heather the good news.
It was a big relief because usually in the special needs community, you have to continuously ask for the things that your child wants or needs, and that journey can get very exhausting.
It's a plastic license plate cover that allows you to read the license from straight on, but when viewed from an angle, the characters disappear.
We were surprised to see more than 100 vehicles parked throughout the streets of New York City, illegally obscuring their plates.
So who are these people hiding their license plates? Apparently, they're law enforcement. How do I know? Because they have placards like this on their dashboards.
That's right. Every one of these personal vehicles we found parked outside precincts and courthouses around the city has illegally obscured plates. The officer who owns this vehicle didn't even bother with the plate cover, instead opting to hide his front plate under his windshield and painting over the rear plate. And there was this car with the front and rear plates obscured with those plastic plate covers. The placard on his dashboard says he's with the New York City Police Department, so I waited for him to return.
Are you trying to avoid paying tolls and paying tickets by having those covers on your license plate?
A Sun City woman wants Circle K to pay for the damage done to her car.
Jenna Gable drives her 2022 Dodge Challenger pretty much every day. But last month, Jenna says she and some friends drove Randy to this Peoria Circle K and parked right in front of the store. However, when Jenna left the store and tried to back up, the unexpected happened. That peeling away was Jenna's front bumper. These are pictures Jenna took just moments afterwards. Apparently, one of the metal rebars, seen here, which secures the parking stump, was protruding up and snagged Jenna's bumper as she was backing out. Jenna says she went back inside the Circle K to notify their staff, who in turn took their own pictures of the damaged car and promised Jenna someone would be in touch.
You can see all of this damage here, and this is lifted.
Jenna managed to piece the bumper back together the best she could, but as you can see, the damage still exists, including a missing fog light. A repair estimate indicates there's around $3,100 in damage. Still, 6 weeks later, Jenna says she hasn't heard a word from Circle K.
The next time you're at the grocery store, hidden cameras reveal that fresh packaged meat may be older than the labels suggest, and it means you could be exposed to harmful bacteria.
When choosing meat at the grocery store, the easiest way to find the freshest cut is usually to check the packaging date. Once the meat is packaged, authorities recommend it should be eaten within 2 to 3 days. But it turns out the date on the label can't always be trusted.
When the product is expired, when it's 3 days old, we check to see if it looks okay and smells okay. In our IGA, we stretch it by 1 more day. Depending on the store, depending on the managers, sometimes they stretch it by another 3 days.
That's illegal. Federal food regulations say the date on the label must reflect when the meat was originally packaged. Yet another butcher says repackaging with a new date isn't only done at IGA.
To my knowledge, everyone is doing it. In all the stores I've worked at in my life, everyone did it.
Our colleagues bought pieces of meat, kept them cool, and took them to a lab.
The battle that's brewing at Starbucks, the coffee giant facing a new lawsuit this morning. The company is being accused of underfilling.
The woman filing the suit claims in a 24-ounce venti, a customer receives 14 ounces of coffee and 10 ounces of ice. And this morning, the coffee giant is fighting back. A new federal lawsuit alleging that mega coffee chain Starbucks is burning their customers when it comes to iced beverages. The suit alleging the brand serves up more ice than coffee, underfilling drinks in order to make more money and higher profits while using intentionally misleading advertising practices. Chicago resident Stacy Pincus filing a proposed class action suit. Court documents stating a Starbucks customer who orders and pays for a cold drink receives much less than advertised, often nearly half as many fluid ounces, asking Starbucks to pay upwards of $5 million to repay any customer who has purchased an iced beverage within the past 10 years.
The 5 most expensive tickets a policeman in the United States. Number 5, driving without insurance. If you are stopped and you cannot verify that your vehicle is insured, be prepared to pay between $500 and $1,500. And in some states, your car is number 4, ignoring a school bus stop sign. This infringement is serious and can cost you up to $250. In addition to points in your license and risk of immediate suspension. Number 3, speeding in construction areas. Even if there are no workers present. If there is active signaling and you exceed the limit, the fine can reach $2,500. Number 2, driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Here we are not only talking about a fine of up to $10,000, but also of arrest, compulsory classes, loss of license, and enormous legal costs. Number 1, to participate in street races. If you get caught competing on public roads, you could face a fine of more than $20,000 in jail time, seizure of the vehicle, and criminal record.
A woman's body is found inside a Walmart bathroom. She was identified as 29-year-old Catherine Caraway, a maintenance worker at the store, made the gruesome discovery 3 days after she was seen on surveillance entering the restroom. According to police, they say employees assumed the door was locked because something inside needed to be fixed, so they placed an out-of-order sign up. A spokesperson for Walmart is referring to police. Since it's an ongoing investigation, an autopsy is being conducted to determine a cause of death, but police don't believe it to be suspicious. An autopsy later revealed the cause of death: difluoroethane toxicity, a chemical found in aerosol products. In her car, police found several empty cans of air duster, suggesting inhalant abuse may have played a role. 3 days, a locked door, a life lost in plain sight, a body behind a door, hundreds walked by. Next time you see an out-of-order sign, will you wonder what's really behind it?
Have you ever wondered how much tariffs are going to cost you, the consumer? Well, now Amazon is going to show you. That's right. Today, Tuesday, April 29th, Amazon announced that moving forward, they're going to show the exact additional cost that tariffs are adding to all of your products. Now, for example, a pair of wireless earbuds are going to cost you $121 when normally they would have cost you $99, and it'll show you that $22.77 have been added because of these tariffs. Tariffs are only added to products made and manufactured outside of the United States, but for those products, you're going to see them go up on average 29%. And the White House is not happy about Jeff Bezos's and Amazon's transparency with their consumers, calling this a hostile political move. But what do you think? Are you happy to see what this added cost will bring you? As always, I want to hear down below.
So everybody's freaking out because our American ports are beginning to run a little dry. But what nobody's telling you is the reason why they're looking dry. Because they used to be flooded with Chinese exports. And if our ports here in America are looking dry, could you imagine how the ports in China are looking? Look up the images of all of the ships and all of the cargo containers that are in Shanghai's port alone. You don't have to look at all China. Look at Shanghai ports. Thousands amongst thousands of ships that are disabled because they have nowhere to ship containers to. Tens of thousands of cargo containers that are filled with products that now the Chinese are having to take those items out of the containers to try to salvage some of those goods if possible. But guess what? The United States is still selling our exports. Because unlike China, 18 countries have already come to agreements with the United States.
Popular home renovation show is accused of failing to deliver on its promises. A North Carolina couple turned to HGTV's Love It or List It when they decided to fix up their home for future foster children. But now they're taking the production company to court.
The couple claims the renovations were disastrous, alleging their $140,000 was essentially used to create a stage set for this television series.
This is not like a free makeover.
No, not at all. We took out a substantial loan for this and put in some of our own money on top of the loan that we took out.
Their allegations include damaged and stained floorboards, open holes, low-grade carpeting over chipped concrete, and unpainted surfaces. The couple's attorney claims the poor workmanship occurred because Big Coat TV, the production company, was acting as a general contractor during the renovation after taking his client's money.
For the homeowners here, this is a renovation project.
Chicago man says he did the unthinkable when he discovered alleged squatters in his property. He decided to move in with them. Marco Velasquez is the owner of this Southside property, which is on the market to be sold. He says his realtor came by with a potential buyer, but there was already people inside. Velasquez says a woman named Charmaine and her boyfriend Codero moved in, claiming they recently purchased the property. He says the couple showed police this mortgage document, but Cook County confirms they don't see this mortgage on record. He says police told them under Illinois' current law they couldn't remove anyone. Velasquez says he, his wife, and their friends got a few air mattresses and spent the night with the alleged squatters. The next morning, he says he realized they were not budging.
They're like, oh, well, we want $8,000.
Velasquez says they negotiated. He had the couple sign a cash for key agreement, and he paid them $4,300 to leave.
I heard stories before about squatters. I never thought it was going to happen to me.
A dashboard camera caught a horrifying moment on a highway in Oregon this week. A dark blue Kia Carnival and a motorcycle were seen driving next to each other. The cyclist makes a gesture at the minivan. Then, in what police say appears to be an intentional act, the minivan veers to the right into the motorcycle. The rider and bike are thrown off the road. The minivan doesn't stop. It changes lanes, traveling back to the left-hand lane, leaving the scene. Reports say the motorcyclist, whose first name is Corey, slid over 250 feet. The gear shifter punctured his steel-toe boot, and his helmet was split by the impact. He survived, but faces a long recovery. Corey's family has started a GoFundMe campaign to help pay for his treatment and care. The Beaverton Police Department released footage of the incident to the public in hopes of identifying the driver of the Kia.
They want you to never leave the park. They want you there for 5 days, and they want you to drop 10 grand.
A shocked Florida dad just exposed the outrageous price tag for taking his family of 5 to Disney World for just one day, an eye-popping $1,400. Before this family even stepped foot inside the park, they had to shell out $30 just for parking. But that was nothing compared to the shocking ticket prices, a mind-blowing $974 for just 5 people. Simple refreshments like 3 ice creams and 2 water bottles cost them nearly $30. And when the dad's son begged for a Star Wars lightsaber priced at $45, it was a hard no from the wallet-drained father. Then at Star Wars Galaxy Edge, they splurged on themed Coca-Cola, churros, margaritas, and that famous blue milk from the movies, totaling an insane $101 just for snacks.
Very easily bumps into the...
All it takes is a nudge, like a cabinet door bumping into it, for a knob on this LG electric range to turn.
I'd always kept the child lock on because we were worried the dog might bump into it or somebody might bump into the controls.
But Tina says she was diligent about using the stove's lock feature at all times, so even if a knob turned, the stove wouldn't turn on. So she was confused when she got a call on July 29th, 2023 from a roommate who said the stove caught fire.
When I came home, I realized that the child lock was no longer on, the burner had somehow gotten turned on, and the sugar container had been pushed onto the stove, and that melted into the stove.
They were able to put out the fire before it spread, but questions remained. They have a feeling they know who's guilty of turning the knobs. But how did the lock feature turn off? The day of the fire, severe thunderstorms moved through the state, and Bettina says she often loses power.
And we live in the middle of the woods, so every time the wind blows a little bit too hard.
College graduation is usually a very happy time, celebrating a great milestone and accomplishment. But as many students told me today, the job market is tough right now, bringing with it some stress about what happens after they turn the tassel.
It gets annoying, but I need to make money. I need a job.
Jamison Marshall began applying to jobs in the fall. He sent out at least 60 applications to only hear back from a handful. He started a new tactic on his job hunt.
They're not going to see just a resume online. Call them. Let them remember some sort of something. Once you start doing it, you call somewhere, they're not going to be mean to you.
And the job hunt is still on for Gianna Ronaldo too. She's only heard back from 3 jobs out of the more than 70 applications she sent in.
I took some steps and I paid someone to go over my resume and redo it. I'm hoping that helped. It's definitely just I don't have the experience needed, even with all the internships.
Some graduating University of Alabama students say the lack of experience is a problem for many trying to enter the workforce.
Imagine living next door to this house with towering piles of junk for years. The mess is so colossal, it covers nearly the entire property. The stacks of boxes, clothing, and debris are piled up so high and so deep, they actually block the front door of the house. The junk is even spilling out over the homeowner's car. This fed-up neighbor can't believe it.
I'm shocked every time I walk down the street.
He lives right next door. He says he's complained to the city, but nothing's being done. Suddenly, the man who lives in the hoarder house emerges. He has no response as he grabs an item from the car. Finally, a day later, cleanup crews arrive and begin the massive undertaking to clear the 8-foot wall of debris. More than 16 giant trucks are needed just to haul away trash. And there's the guy again who lives there. He doesn't look happy that his junk is being thrown away. Today, cleanup crews return. Relieved residents in this LA neighborhood look on as the front yard is finally rid of trash and their nightmare slowly comes to an end.
New tonight out of Arlington, a woman has died after falling off of a roller coaster.
Six Flags Over Texas confirms the woman was riding the Texas Giant coaster just after 6:30 this evening when she fell. The ride has been closed until further notice while Arlington police investigate what happened. A witness told the crew the woman was riding with her family and flew out after hitting the first turn. It described family members reacting right after the ride stopped.
It was sad. It was very sad. And, we kept telling them to let them out, because they were hysterical. The daughter and the son, they were like, we have to go get my mom. We have to go get my mom. We were kind of in disbelief and we just said a prayer for her and
Now, this is day file video of the coaster. The Texas Giant is the tallest steel hybrid roller coaster in the world. It was refurbished from a wooden coaster to a steel system and reopened in 2011. Now, this death at Six Flags brings back memories of deadly accidents on rides that have happened in the Central Texas area. Back in 1998, 15-year-old Leslie Lane died after she was thrown from a ride called the Himalaya at the Travis County Livestock Show and Rodeo.
For many of those passenger ships are like a second home. But for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband, Mason, took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, "Don't you quit cruising." I started frequent cruising, but I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back.
I'm now a great-grandmother, and my grandchildren are having children, but I don't want to be there every minute for that. I love babies, but they grow up.
At first glance, this home here on 5th Avenue appears to be either under construction or undergoing renovations, but the homeowner tells me it's all a part of his plan to prepare for war. Hundreds of sandbags piled high, plastic in place of grass, fishing lines across the yard, and dozens of peanut butter jars. Some neighbors say it's an eyesore and is attracting unwanted attention in this Shepherdsville neighborhood. Yet Jonathan Cooper says there's a reason. The homeowner is concerned about security. A bicycle is his only transportation. He shut off electricity in the home and every entryway in the house except for this one opening in the back, he says, is blocked. Some neighbors are worried it could affect their health due to the standing water and bugs. Valerie Moore, who lives right next door, says she's reached out to city officials to complain, but Bullitt County officials tell us Cooper is not violating any codes.
This was the largest antebellum plantation house in the South, owned by one of the richest enslavers in the South. This is the Nottoway Plantation in Louisiana. It was built by enslaved Africans in 1859. It was owned by this guy, John Randolph. Now, John wasn't even from Louisiana. He was from Virginia originally, but he came from a wealthy slave-owning family, and his dad was hired by the federal government, and he moved with him. Now, originally, he wanted to make it into a cotton plantation, the same type of plantation that he was used to in Virginia. But he noticed that the climate in Louisiana was a lot different, so he changed it to a sugar plantation. And because of that, he ended up tripling his family's wealth. And he was a huge financial backer of the Confederacy in Louisiana. When he realized that the Confederacy was losing, he left his wife in Louisiana, took 200 slaves, and went to Texas. Once the Civil War was over, he eventually died in 1883, and his wife eventually sold the plantation for $50,000. That's the equivalent of $1.9 million today. And now he has no legacy at all.
If you have a 2-year-old or younger facing forward while strapped in their car seat, you're breaking the law. CBS 2's Christine Lazar takes a look at the new car seat law and what parents have to say about it.
When Andrea Shear's son and daughter turned 1, she flipped their car seats from rear to forward facing.
They weren't happy going anywhere in the car, and it became such a chore to have to take them anywhere, even just to the park.
So she got her pediatrician's approval and made the switch.
Once they turned around, they could see where they were going and they could look out the window, and it made them happier. Maybe they were car sick.
It is now against the law to turn a 1-year-old to forward facing here in California. As of January 1st, children must stay rear facing in their car seats until the age of 2, unless they hit 40 pounds or 40 inches sooner.
Regardless if you rear end someone or if someone rear ends you, your momentum's taking you forward.
Officer Chris Baldonado with the California Highway Patrol explains why extended rear facing has been proven to be 5 times safer than forward facing for children under 2.
Breaking news. Trump just passed a brand new law for all women in the U.S. If you're trying to get pregnant and it's been tough, you no longer need to pay $15,000 to $30,000 out of pocket. Under Trump's new law, insurance companies are now required to fully cover the cost of IVF. But that's not all. In just the past few few weeks, Trump has also slammed Big Pharma, forcing an 80% drop in prescription drug prices, proposed MAGA accounts, $1,000 for every newborn to save for college or a home, rolled out new tax credits for working mothers, and, yes, sparked backlash for cutting early childhood programs like Head Start. Some call it visionary. Others say it's just political theater. But one thing is certain, Trump has made motherhood a national conversation. Because let's be honest, it's often the women who would make the best moms who have to fight the hardest to become one. And now, millions of women finally have the chance to become mothers without going into debt. These changes are expected to take effect in August.
Breaking news, Trump administration announces parental support subsidy program of $500 per month per child. Is this behind a benefit or a political calculation? Just today, the Trump administration rolled out an announcement that has many parents excited, a $500 per child per month parenting subsidy designed to ease the financial strain on parents raising children. This means that millions of American families will receive this money it can be used for a child's education, medical care, daily living expenses. It could even give respite to single parents who work hard. Doesn't that sound very tempting? However, how much will this policy actually help American families in a practical way? As details have come to light, experts have pointed out that while the subsidy may seem generous, will it be enough to meet the rising cost of living in the U.S.? I'm afraid that $500 will only partially cover expenses for most families. For most families, $500 will only partially cover expenses.
Tonight, the Starbucks regional manager fired after this moment. Now that former employee winning more than $25 million in damages after suing the coffee giant for violating her civil rights in her termination. Shannon Phillips, who is white, claims she was fired after the incident because of her race. In the lawsuit, she says she was not involved in the arrests in any way and that Starbucks did not take any action against the black district manager who oversaw that store and had promoted the person who was responsible for making the call to police. On Monday, a federal jury in New Jersey sided with Phillips, awarding her $25.6 million in damages. Starbucks fought the lawsuit in court, saying Phillips was not fired because of her race, but for failing to lead, according to court filings. But the company has not commented publicly since the verdict and has not responded to our request for comment. In a statement, Phillips' lawyer said Starbucks was looking for a scapegoat.
The complaints are piling up about these new shrinking garden hoses that you see for sale just about everywhere these days.
David Kapp loves his garden but hates dealing with big, bulky hoses. So when he saw a commercial for the flexible hose, he got very interested.
Turn the water on and it expands up to 3 times its original length.
It seemed like it would make watering much easier for him and his wife.
So when this came along, the big attraction to me was no kinking, and she could pull the thing wherever she went. It was lightweight.
So David ordered 2 of their longest hoses for a total of $86 with shipping. He says they expanded just like in the commercials, but the similarity ended there. He could not get them to run a sprinkler properly.
They don't work with sprinkler attachments. The water came out, but it was just that little...
But that wasn't the worst of it. After a few weeks, his other hose burst.
It's coming out the middle of the hose.
It appeared to have multiple holes. We emailed the company twice and left a voicemail message, but received no response. Remember, this was just one brand of shrinking hose, and it's not indicative of all of them.
Breaking news. A Cybertruck owner in California just went through what might be the most expensive car wash of his life at a perfectly normal self-service station. There was no accident, no off-roading. He simply sprayed his truck with water, and within 10 seconds of the high-pressure rinse, the Cybertruck went completely dark, the touchscreen froze, the doors wouldn't open. It was as if this $100,000 steel beast had raised a white flag in front of a bucket of soap. What happened next was even more absurd. When he reached out to Tesla support for help, he didn't receive a solution. Instead, they sent him a link to the user manual. Tesla's exact words? Please refer to page 198. You must activate car wash mode before washing. Yes, really. Before cleaning your Cybertruck, you're expected to tap through the central touchscreen and manually inform the vehicle, I'm about to take a bath. If you need to read a manual before rinsing your truck, do you still trust it to get you through the end of the world?
And now Starbucks is brewing up lofty new promises for change, pledging to reduce the company's waste by 50% and eliminate all single-use packaging like paper cups and cardboard sleeves by 2030. Where the company developed these new plastic cups, they say can be reused up to 100 times each before they're recycled into new ones.
To reuse the cups, Starbucks is testing a new kiosk like this all around the world. You take the reusable cup, you scan it, and then you return it. And then it's taken away to be cleaned and eventually reused.
So far, the cups are being tested in a few select locations. In the meantime, Starbucks plans to encourage customers in the U.S. to bring their own cups by 2023 and eventually wash them in store. But Starbucks has made many environmental promises over the years. Some environmental advocates are urging Starbucks to also improve how they handle the recycling bins you see inside cafes first.
A man suspected of setting a woman on fire on a New York City subway is facing murder and arson charges. That's as we learn new details about the suspect in custody. That's him right there, leaving court just in the last hour or so. This video just in. ICE saying in a statement the man is a Guatemalan citizen who appears to have entered the country illegally for a second time. And police say a woman sleeping on the F train, back to the crime here, was brutally murdered by that suspect. Graphic video capturing the moment it happened.
Saying the suspect in this case is a 33-year-old Guatemalan man by the name of Sebastian Zapata, who they say entered the country illegally and was removed by ICE in 2018. But that at some point in time, he crossed back into the country illegally in violation of that deportation order. It's not clear where else he's been in the United States. The New York Police Department says they also don't believe that there was a connection between the suspect and the victim, but that it's not clear that he so much as talked to the victim.
Breaking news. Trump just announced America's entire retirement system is about to be ripped up and rewritten from the ground up. You thought Social Security was just a symbolic yearly bump? This time, Trump rewrote the rule book. Let retirement checks finally catch up with the real cost of living. For decades, American seniors retired only to be chased by bills. Rents go up, medical costs go up, even eggs go up. The only thing barely moving? That tiny official cost of living adjustment, basically meaningless. Trump says, enough with the bureaucratic games. Baseline Social Security payments, instant 12% surge. That's an extra $2,400 per year for every retiree, like adding a second pension. But here's the real political calculation behind it. Restructuring Social Security, directly locking in the middle-class voting base retirees, become an unbreakable block for 2026, Trump puts it bluntly. Let American seniors live with dignity again. That is greatness.
Yup, a life-ending fatal infection is now growing on ramen noodles, and experts are urging everyone to go to the ER immediately. Citizens were terrified after 5 kids from 5 different families had cooked up ramen, and each of them described feeling like something was eating them from the inside out, and was rushed to the ER and passed away all within a few hours. With the CDC's eerie warning that a third of adults will not make it after getting infected, with children and elderly victims being way higher. Experts were able to trace it back to a horrifying bacteria, saying the infection is able to flourish specifically in ramen given the way it can be handled post-manufacturing. And there's no way to stop it, as the families reported that once they noticed symptoms like diarrhea and vomiting, it was already much too late.
The recalls are getting real. 5 kids have passed away from eating ramen noodles. Throw those ramen noodles away because these recalls are getting real.
The specific ramen brand is not 100% confirmed, but the internet has its theories. If possible, avoid eating ramen religiously or at all, and my condolences to these families.
We have some serious news right now. The Trump administration's budget guts a program designed to prevent poor people from literally freezing to death in their own homes. The program is called the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program, and it's designed to provide Americans across the country who are in some of the lowest tax brackets with assistance to pay their energy bills. And according to the Huffington Post, the Low Income Health Program has been around for decades, helps millions of people in low-income households pay their energy bills. It specifically helps seniors, families with children, and people with disabilities keep their heat on in the dead of winter and cold air blowing during the summer. More than 6 million households rely on this program for help with their electricity bills. Well, now the Trump administration in its budget plans on eliminating it. Why? Because they're tying it to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as you know, the Trump administration has long sought to eliminate anything remotely related to DEI, even though there is no evidence or any suggestion that this program is connected to that. Spread the word so more people know, and follow along for all the news you need to know about.
America, a tomato recall has been elevated by the FDA due to a heightened risk of illness and passing away. This is serious. So tomatoes distributed in 3 southern states, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, are now the subject of a recall of the worst case scenario. Now, the recall, first announced by the FDA on May 2nd for potential salmonella contamination, has now been upgraded to the most severe warning the federal agency issues. William Farms Repack LLC, based in Lodge, South Carolina, said the affected tomatoes were packaged and sold to wholesalers and distributors between April 23rd through the 28th. These were the boxes. Now, in a notice published online May 28th, the FDA labeled this a Class 1 recall, the highest recall risk level issued by the agency. According to the FDA, freezing and drying may prevent the growth of bacteria, but do not unalive salmonella. The bacteria can live for several weeks in dry environments and for several months in wet environments. So we're talking about people that put tomatoes in their fridges, their freezers. These were the tomatoes and the lot numbers if you still have the packaging.
Now to the arrest in Suffolk County of a prankster clamoring for online fame.
Yeah, 21-year-old Kyle Vasquez is accused of being behind a string of bizarre incidents in Center Reach and Selden that he allegedly recorded and then posted to social media. In one case, they say he poured a bucket of beans on his head inside a Chinese restaurant. He also, they say, asked 3 homeowners to use their bathroom, and while inside, recorded homeowners without their consent.
Well, Liz, he was chasing likes on TikTok, where he has nearly 5 million of them. But police here in Suffolk County say that Kyle Vasquez was also chasing something else, the dollar, making money off these TikToks and allegedly exploiting private homeowners and businesses.
Kyle, you wanted attention. Now you got it.
But Kyle Vasquez had trouble navigating all the attention at court today. Big trouble. First, an obscene gesture. Then he tried to barge out a side door in conflict with the officers that were here to escort him out. The 21-year-old from Coram, known as Tommy Tough Knuckles on TikTok, facing 8 separate criminal counts today for viral videos.
2 neighbours you're about to meet have become bitter enemies. Their fight has put one behind bars. She's 86, and there's no truce in sight.
It's my property. Get out.
Hoses at the ready. This is neighbour versus neighbour.
This woman. Look at her. Look. Look at her.
A fight over a patch of dirt.
What's wrong with you?
Leaving a great-grandmother behind bars.
Yes, she is a nasty piece of work.
My property.
It's amazing that a neighbourhood dispute over a boundary and a fence could escalate to this.
The ladies have fallen out over this, a patch of dirt on their boundary.
This side is my property, that side is her property.
Kate has documents proving the land is hers, but the fight over the fence is still before the courts.
Why we need to be enemy? I never wanted to treat her bad.
She's now considering selling her home of 16 years, which mightn't be a bad idea, really.
It's a crack on a monster roller coaster. An eagle-eyed dad recorded the disturbing video at the Carowinds amusement park in North Carolina. The support structure moves as the roller coaster rounds a turn.
I didn't think about how much it would shift until that first car came across. I'm not an engineer, but that's not normal.
And this isn't just any roller coaster. It's called the Giga Coaster and claims to be the tallest, longest, and fastest roller coaster in North America. First showed the video to a security guard.
My hand was shaking because I was thinking that this could fly off right now as I'm showing this video to the security guard.
Wagner's 14-year-old daughter rode it 8 times that day. The dad says he was concerned the staff at the amusement park wasn't reacting quickly enough, so he called the Charlotte Fire Department.
One of the support beams is completely separated up at the top.
Within an hour, the ride was shut down and will stay closed till further notice as an investigation gets underway today.
The person who stole this copper wire, he was dressed up like he worked for a power company and he knew exactly what he was doing. He had the tools, in and out in less than 15 minutes. Just outside Juanita's Mexican Kitchen,
these are all the wires that we put back in there.
Co-owner Miguel Nunez showed us the small pieces of plastic left behind from where those copper-filled cables were ripped out of the ground.
He had all the tools that he needed. He knew what he was doing.
In security camera video from a neighboring business, you can see the alleged thief appears to be dressed as a legitimate utility worker. At first, he uses that long pole to work on the transformer.
And from there, he went to his truck and turned off the power, started beating the PVC pipe casing with a hammer.
Then he uses a saw to get to the cables and the copper inside.
You can see the guy, he just grabs his truck, pulls the wires from the ground, and just goes with them.
The incident shutting off the power here for days, delaying the restaurant's long-planned move from their old location to this new one. Nunez says it's not the first time either.
Starting tomorrow, if you don't have a U.S. passport, all supermarkets will be closed to you. This is the latest government regulation that makes it illegal to be alive. Imagine you can't buy anything to fill your stomach, or you can't buy the life-saving medication at the drugstore because you don't have the card required by the government, which is happening now and which will be mandatorily tied to that little piece of ID. Even if you want to ask for help or go somewhere, not having a valid ID makes it difficult for you to access basic social services. And even your movement in some places is severely restricted. So where is the right to live? Where is the right to live? Do these most basic human rights need the charity of a government card to be realized? The freedoms and rights required for survival have been easily overridden by administrative regulation. And no matter how many years you have lived here, as long as you do not have that officially certified plastic card, the door will be closed to you for the most basic materials required to sustain your life. This is absolutely unacceptable, especially for the homeless.
State police say the couple living here after spending money that wasn't theirs. Investigators say Robert and Tiffany Williams had $120,000 deposited into their account at BB&T on May 31st through a mistake by a teller. But instead of contacting the bank about the deposit, the couple allegedly spent most of the money, all in 2.5 weeks between June 3rd through the 19th. Police say the Williams also used the money on bills, car repairs, cash purchases, and even gave $15,000 to friends in need of money. Once the bank realized its mistake, it transferred the $120,000 to the correct account. It contacted Tiffany Williams on June 20th and told her the couple had to pay back the $107,000 in overdraft fees they incurred. On June 21st, the bank called again. Tiffany said she and her husband would work out a payment plan. Court papers show that after those 2 initial phone calls from the bank, the couple had no contact with bank representatives, despite several attempts by the bank to reach them.
Starting tomorrow, if you don't have a U.S. passport, all supermarkets will be closed to you. This is the latest government regulation that makes it illegal to be alive. Imagine you can't buy anything to fill your stomach, or you can't buy the life-saving medication at the drugstore because you don't have the card required by the government, which is happening now and which will be mandatorily tied to that little piece of ID. Even if you want to ask for help or go somewhere, not having a valid ID makes it difficult for you to access basic social services. And even your movement in some places is severely restricted. So where is the right to live? Where is the right to live? Do these most basic human rights need the charity of a government card to be realized? The freedoms and rights required for survival have been easily overridden by administrative regulation. And no matter how many years you have lived here, as long as you do not have that officially certified plastic card, the door will be closed to you for the most basic materials required to sustain your life. This is absolutely unacceptable, especially for the homeless.
Check out these pictures of a McDonald's ice cream drip tray taken in Louisiana. It's covered with slimy filth.
I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, I've never seen something this disgusting.
This guy used to work at the McDonald's, but says he got canned after posting the photos online.
I asked my manager, I said, when's the last time y'all cleaned this? And she said, hurry up and bring it to the back before a customer sees it.
Well, we wanted to know just how sanitary is your soft serve ice cream and yogurt. So we did some testing. We took samples from 40 places in the Seattle area, from fast food chains to independent shops, and then had them tested for bacteria. 9 out of 40 samples had elevated levels of coliform, a critical indicator of an unsanitary condition, which by itself does not necessarily cause illness.
As a consumer, I would expect that my ice cream to be coliform-free. It would certainly be an indication to the restaurant that they ought to investigate their sanitary procedures.
Follow me. Take you to know the latest real-time hot news.
This homeowner found 40 downed trees on his property. Some of them were 150 years old.
This isn't because a storm came through, right?
No,
so
no.
what happened here?
It was a hurricane of chainsaws.
40-year-old Sammy Shinwei came home from work and heard chainsaws in the woodsy backyard he owns behind his home in Kenilworth, New Jersey. He confronted the work crew.
They told me that they were hired to cut trees down.
Except the problem is, this is your property, right? There's no question about that.
Correct.
That's not all. Some of the trees left standing had their tops lopped off.
Those red cedar trees were topped off. They're eventually going to die.
So who would do such a thing? Well, court documents say it was a neighbor identified as Grant Haber. He lives in this beautiful home. His motive? Get this. Shinwei says his neighbor just wanted a better view. From above, you can see the before and after. Haber is facing fines of $32,000, but that may be just the beginning of his troubles.
It's obvious Norbert Slowinski does not want Duquesne Light to install a so-called smart meter on his property. So you've essentially put a chain on your meter?
Yes.
A lock and chain secures his old analog meter with a clear notice: attention, do not install smart meter. The retired mechanical engineer says smart meters are dangerous.
The smart meter is not safe for the following reasons. Again, it emits high-frequency radio waves, and you don't feel them, you don't know about them, but they penetrate your body and they can cause health problems later on.
Slowinski says the radio waves go through concrete walls.
My bedroom is right next door, and it will emit high-frequency waves, so I'm worried about my health and my children's health.
And he has another concern.
They catch fire because there's very high voltage inside.
Slowinski asked Duquesne Light and the Public Utility Commission to let him keep the old electric meter.
The video has more than 2 million views and shows an asphalt crew applying a micro seal to a private street when you hear a pop and see
the sealant right to his face. I just have to commend that guy for risking his own safety. The pump was turned off on the back of the truck.
Chris lives nearby, and after hearing that pop, went outside to see a geyser of sealant shooting everywhere.
I walk out my front door, and the entire street is covered. The
properties were blanketed with the sticky substance.
The neighbors' white cars in their driveway, all of their landscaping, the other neighbors' trees, the stucco, the exterior finish of the home, everything was just basically covered. It was just a bunch of emotions of feeling very sorry for the owners of the home and the vehicles, but then, obviously you have empathy towards the workers.
Project was supposed to be a simple surface street upgrade. 12 News spoke with Markham Construction, who hired Cactus Asphalt for the job. They say Cactus Asphalt's equipment failed, which is when the...
Now at 10:30, Walmart employees will soon be wearing body cameras in what the nation's largest retailer calls a new security measure to protect shoppers and employees.
Walmart isn't the only retailer to implement body-worn cameras.
Now Walmart has decided to try it out, body cameras on their employees. So what do customers think? Walmart employees wearing body cameras.
I think it's a little bizarre. I don't want someone to just follow me with a camera while I'm getting groceries.
Walmart already is testing the technology at stores in Texas, and soon SoCal Walmart workers could be wearing them too. The nation's largest retailer says it's not just to deter shoplifters. It's also to keep their employees safe from increasingly aggressive customers. Shoppers we talked with tonight in Burbank have mixed reviews, but agreed if employees in blue vests are wearing cameras, it might just encourage customers to stay off the naughty list.
It's a terrifying moment during this 3-year-old's birthday party. Hillary and Tony Lofredo were celebrating their son Luca's birthday with a Spider-Man-themed cake.
He was so excited for his cake. All morning he asked if I was done baking his cake, his blue cake with his red sprinkles for Spider-Man.
But as the Des Moines family and 20 of their friends cheer the birthday boy, the unthinkable happens.
Right in the middle of Happy Birthday, the entire deck just completely dropped. The previous homeowners hired a local contractor in 2019 to build the deck with the new roof over it. And from what I've been told, some corners were cut.
Deck collapses are rare, but they do happen. As for the latest deck collapse, Mom Hillary says fortunately everyone got out okay, except for a few minor scrapes.
Thankfully, the worst of the injuries was my husband, who needed stitches on his leg.
For many of those passenger ships are like a second home. But for one woman, the ocean liner is her only home.
Aboard the Crystal Serenity, she's known simply as Mama Lee, and she's been living there for the past 8 years.
I don't have to shop. I don't have to cook. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want, when I want, if I want.
She and her late husband Mason took nearly 100 cruises together before he died in 1997.
The last thing he ever said to me, this was the day before he died, "Don't you quit cruising." I started frequent cruising, but I got very, very tired of packing and unpacking. So I said, there's got to be a better way to do this.
And the answer was, how about I don't leave at all? Mama Lee sold her house in Florida, along with her car and most of her belongings, and never looked back. Mama Lee has now done more than 240 cruises around the world and visited hundreds of different ports. But where the ship is going? Irrelevant. For Mama Lee, these days, the ship is the destination.
A Louisiana Walmart employee by the name of Beth McGrath decided to quit, and she did it over the loudspeaker. Now, sometimes you come across a video that's just incredibly, satisfying to watch, and that is the case with this video. Let's watch.
Attention Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
It's no ordinary burger. It's what the sheriff calls a warden burger.
The State Department of Corrections is not my boss, so I basically don't give two what they think.
On Wednesday, we sat down with Butler County Sheriff Richard Jones and watched him eat this. It's no ordinary burger. It's what the sheriff calls a warden burger. So you have zero complaints about the warden burger?
Me personally, no, I would eat this. Hell, I'm eating it now.
The sheriff tells us he's been serving it to inmates in isolation for all 3 meals for the last several years.
This is jail. You don't get to choose.
The sheriff tells us that he's not the only one that does this and that detention centers all over the country do this. And it is important to note that the burger is not made to be bad. We do have the recipe for it. It's basically a turkey burger. The sheriff says that what's punishment about it is that the inmate in isolation gets that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day until they leave isolation. And like you said, he has caught a lot of flack on social media about this. One person even calling him a disgusting human.
This is your $20. I found it. I'm giving it back to you.
A distraction scam that continues to play out at grocery stores.
She said this should be good for you. It's good for both of us. I'm giving you back your money.
It turned out to be anything but good. Within minutes of that encounter with 2 strangers outside this Albertsons in Reseda, thousands of dollars were drained from Irvin and his wife's bank accounts.
Altogether, they got $5,980.
Fox 11 News first told you about this $20 scam 2 weeks ago.
My heart sank because my debit card wasn't there.
It was the same scenario. 2 strangers, a man and a woman, approached Sarah at a Ralph's grocery store just a few miles from where Irvin was scammed. Here's how the scheme works. While a shopper pays with a debit card, the thieves stand close enough to watch them enter their PIN. Then they follow the victim outside and pull the "you dropped a $20 bill" routine, a distraction that lets them get close enough to steal their ATM card.
Now to this, outrage tonight after a man gets out of his car and slaps a child sitting at a bus stop. The whole thing is caught on camera. Witnesses say the man was upset the child had bent the Mercedes emblem on the hood of his car.
And he slapped the child despite the boy's sister apologizing and explaining that her brother has autism.
A shocking scene as a grown man slaps a child right in the face. The kid's big sister heard telling the man in Spanish that the boy is autistic as he walks away. We caught up with Alfredo Morales' parents at a nearby park where they live. The 10-year-old's father says his autistic son doesn't know better and likes to touch things.
He looks angry and pissed off.
Was he yelling things?
Yeah, he was yelling at first.
Ashley asked us not to show her face. She recorded the slap. When you saw that slap, though, what were you thinking?
I was traumatized. I hope the kids do not get traumatized by it.
Now, King County wants a group of homeowners and the people that they hired to pay millions, claiming they cut down or damaged more than 140 trees on public land.
The county is claiming that these homeowners did this all in an effort to try to improve their properties. But like you just heard there, they could now be on the hook for a whole lot of money. And the county is saying it could take generations to fix what has been damaged. First, a loud whoosh, then the impact caught on camera.
And it was going so fast. So it was incredibly unsafe.
A tree toppled over, barreling down a hillside feet away from nearby homes.
As someone who has a 2-year-old who plays regularly both in the yard and then out in these woods right here, it was really scary for our family.
This video captured by Issaquah residents on a trail cam as they went up to investigate.
They went up, they saw not only was this tree cut, but so many others were cut, and it was clearly on parkland.
Kaylin McNulty and her neighbors reported it. Now King County is suing, seeking millions from a group of homeowners on top of the hill and the people they may have hired.
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new. When Ross tried to return the TV, Walmart staff refused, citing company policy.
Please, you're not in trouble. Just please come home.
An 18-year-old girl in Idaho is facing a felony charge for leaving a newborn baby in a safe harbor baby box at the hospital. On October 13th, Grove Creek Medical Center received an alarm that a baby was placed in the baby box of the medical center. The medical team pulled the baby out of the baby box within 1 minute. It is said that the baby was wrapped in a blanket at that time, and the placenta had not yet detached. After taking out the baby, they found that the newborn baby was cold and not breathing. The police later determined that the baby had lost its life before being put into the baby box. After a month of investigation, the investigators found 18-year-old Angel N. Newberry. The police said that on October 13th, she drove to the medical center and put the non-breathing baby in the baby box. After returning home, she Googled, "Will I have any trouble if I put a dead baby in the baby box?" The police chief of the authorities said that this was a case that should not have happened, and she could have kept the baby in the baby box while the baby was still alive. Newberry is currently being held in Bingham County Jail. She may spend the rest of her life in prison. This is so sad. She is still so young.
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand. It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new. When Ross tried to return the TV, Walmart staff refused, citing company policy.
So the 19-year-old that's been arrested for flying to Antarctica without permission, my question is, what was his plan all along? So if you haven't seen this story, Ethan is a 19-year-old who his plan was to fly to all 7 continents to help raise money for cancer. Also, his website has now been removed. So he's charged with filing a false flight plan and then entering a restricted area, because what he did was he left southern Chile and his flight plan only had him flying over this area right here. Well, his lawyers are claiming that he started having flight complications and just decided to fly to Antarctica. I mean, either way, at this point, it's mission accomplished, right? Because Antarctica was the only continent he had left. So my whole thing was, what was his original plan? Did he ever apply for permission to land in Antarctica? I mean, because come on, it's looking a little suspicious. You're having complications, so you just decide to fly across the ocean? So he's been charged with violating 2 articles of the country's aeronautical code, including one that could lead to short-term imprisonment.
He says she's moving out of her home because of this mattress, a Spa Sensations memory foam purchased at Walmart. And her kids slept and played on the inner fiberglass cover for about a week. They also got it wet.
And then eventually I noticed this tiny little hole, and I didn't think anything of that either. No big deal, it's just a hole. My kids are still going to sleep on it.
After replacing the outer cover, McKee says her kids had unexplained bouts of itching and coughing for months. After investigating,
these shards, these little slivers of glass everywhere. And by everywhere, I mean on the sheets, on the mattress, on the bedding, in their stuffed animals, and a netting on the wall.
She started finding flakes of fiberglass all over the house. She believes the fiberglass caused her kids' respiratory issues and says she's had to throw almost everything out. She's filed a claim with the manufacturer.
Get a restoration company here to help us. We are in it up to our eyes, and it's health-wise not safe for us.
She also wants her belongings replaced. McKee says the family's moved out and is buying another house.
Why?
Put my phone in here.
These Yonder pouches are mandatory for each student.
It's very good.
They put it inside of the pouch, press the button, and it's locked.
And you really cannot open it. If you try. I cried about it. The day before school, giving up my phone, I cried and I cried.
But the adjustment was worth it, she says.
Majority of the days now are good. Like the fights last year, they were so out of hand, but this year it's like I'm not seeing any fights.
And that's because the fights in the halls were organized on social media.
They will send out a message, and that message will go out to 30, 40 other people that they know. And each student in a different room will ask for, say, a bathroom pass. The teachers don't know what's going on.
Cliff Canavan knows better than most. He broke his arm breaking up a massive fight after school in 2022. Why do you still teach here?
It's home.
And it's feeling more like home again, with his students' academic and behavioral performances up.
I'm seeing more eyeballs now than I've seen in a decade, because the kids just, they're so addicted to their phones.
Watch as a groomer grabs the dog by the face in order to trim its coat. That's Tara Leader reacting in the background of the video she recorded last night on her phone.
I was getting upset, and I wanted to have proof so I could take action and show somebody that this is happening.
She recorded for about 2 minutes, dropping her phone as she banged on the window. Tara then waited for the dog's owner to show.
Because that's what I would hope somebody did for me.
The dog's owner, Brooke Bowers, posted that video on Facebook last night. It's been shared more than 17,000 times. PetSmart says its groomers go through 800 hours of intensive training, and they must meet annual safety certifications. As for the dog in the video,
she seemed very skittish. Whenever I first walked up to her and Brooke at the front of the store, she ran between her legs and just crouched down and hid from me and everything.
So PetSmart is telling us that it cannot, Len and Mia, give us the identity of this employee that was terminated, but the PetSmart manager did confirm to us that right now there is no criminal investigation into what was captured.
It's obvious Norbert Slowinski does not want Duquesne Light to install a so-called smart meter on his property. So you've essentially put a chain on your meter.
Yes.
A lock and chain secures his old analog meter with a clear notice: attention, do not install smart meter. The retired mechanical engineer says smart meters are dangerous.
The smart meter is not safe for the following reasons. Again, it emits high-frequency radio waves, and you don't feel them, you don't know about them, but they penetrate your body and they can cause health problems later on.
Slowinski says the radio waves go through concrete walls.
My bedroom is right next door, and it will emit high-frequency waves, so I'm worried about my health and my children's health.
And he has another concern.
They catch fire because there's very high voltage inside.
Slowinski asked Duquesne Light and the Public Utility Commission to let him keep the old electric meter.
Do you or anyone you know live in California, Arizona, Nevada, or New Mexico? If so, you guys are going to want to listen to this video. So there's been a tropical storm that has been developing, and they've been talking about it for about a week now off the coast of Mexico, and they're calling it Hillary. Well, officially today, it has now been classified as a hurricane, meaning its winds got up to a high enough level for it to be considered a hurricane. As of right now, this is the trajectory that they have for the hurricane. Now, it is still many days away, so it could move left or right or completely miss the country. But at the same time, there's a very good chance that it hits directly on LA. So it is currently right about here, just off the coast of Mexico. By Sunday afternoon, it'll still be on the coast. It is expected to reach America and reach LA Monday morning. It will hit LA Monday morning, but that's just where the eye of it is. This is going to be miles across. So anywhere in Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada, all of California, you guys are going to be in the path of this. Not saying to expect terrible hurricane force winds, but there is a huge risk for flooding.
A creepy discovery in Victorville is getting national attention, but it turns out there's no real cause for concern. What looked like a teddy bear made of human skin may just be a realistic-looking latex prop. It was found outside a convenience store, and it looked so real, deputies taped off the area and called in the coroner. An artist named Robert Kelly from South Carolina is claiming that this is his work. He specializes in horror effects and says that he shipped one of the bears to a customer in Victorville last week.
This was just a routine order on Etsy that someone ordered. And I knew I sent out a bear last week, and that's exactly where it went to, is Victorville, California.
Kelly says he's still not 100% sure what happened, but he's certain that it is his bear. And if you're curious, it sells for $165. Still, the sheriff's department says it will continue to investigate.
Breaking news, a teddy bear covered in human skin was found outside of a gas station. Authorities in California say they were called to...
They had just got married. They hadn't even been married for 5 minutes.
19-year-old Harley Morgan and 20-year-old Rhiannon Morgan, high school sweethearts who got married Friday afternoon in the courtroom of Orange County Justice of the Peace Precinct 3. The ceremony had just ended. The newlyweds were leaving the JP court at the airport, and following behind, the groom's mother and sister. The couple pulled out from the private JP drive onto Highway 87. A driver of an oncoming Ford pickup truck collided with their car.
You were here. I was here. I watched it happen. Today as a mother, my worst nightmare happened in front of my eyes. That's an image that will haunt me the rest of my life. I won't forget it. It will never go away. I will see that truck hit my baby and kill my baby every night of my life, the rest of the time that I'm on earth.
What was supposed to be the happiest day of this young couple's life, now gone in an instant.
These photos show the secret crawl space at the center of this investigation. That's where police say Nadim Nahas hid nearly a dozen computers, running a crypto mining operation around the clock, sucking power from Cohasset Middle High School. Nahas of Norwell was the town of Cohasset's assistant facilities director at the time. Investigators say he initially agreed to be interviewed by police and denied having any involvement with the mine when it was discovered, or social media posts about crypto that police say were on his Twitter account. But according to the police report, he then began sweating quite a lot and indicated he did want a lawyer. Crypto mining involves running high-powered computers, working continuously to solve complex computer problems, trying to validate connections and keep crypto transactions secure. Miners are rewarded for their efforts with new coins, potentially netting thousands of dollars. Running a crypto mine isn't illegal, but police say Nahas drained nearly $18,000 in electricity to do it.
A woman is suing Bath & Body Works after a scented candle exploded in her face. Here's what happened. Renita Francois, a former New York City Hall official, suffered severe burns when she lit a sweater weather 3-wick candle she had previously purchased from Bath & Body Works that reportedly exploded, sending a shockwave of fire and debris directly into her face, legal documents state. Francois' lawsuit against Bath & Body Works and Premier Candle Corporation, the candle's manufacturer, claims that the product sent searing hot wax onto her arms and face, causing second-degree burns and pain that was instant, unrelenting, and beyond anything she had ever experienced. She was immediately rushed to the emergency room after her husband witnessed his wife's face catch fire, crackle, and blister as molten wax burned her skin, the lawsuit states. Court documents allege that the candle was made with substandard materials, improper safety measures, and inadequate testing, creating an unreasonable risk of explosion. Francois says that her life has been irrevocably changed since the 2023 incident occurred. The lawsuit states that the victim's burns serve as an emotional and psychological battle, an assault on her self-perception, and a daily reminder of a tragedy that could have been prevented.
New York State Police say a 9-year-old girl reported missing has been found dead. Investigators say Melina Fradlin was reported missing Saturday night just before 10 p.m. in Lake George, a popular summer destination in the Adirondacks. Police sent out an Amber Alert earlier asking the public for help.
This is just such a tragic end to this frantic search for Melina Fradlin. Investigators announced they found her body in upstate New York in the town of Ticonderoga. And this comes after she was first reported missing by her father last night. And they're both residents of Canada. He allegedly told police she was abducted. Police issued an Amber Alert asking the public for help. But they say it turned out that there's no indication of an abduction. They say as the case progressed, law enforcement identified inconsistencies in the father's accounts of events and the timeline he provided. They tell us the investigation is ongoing, but that there is no threat to the public, Ike.
All right. Thank you, Rena, for that update.
Workers intentionally pushed this huge pile of asphalt up against the front doors of a Moore gas station, trapping the owners inside.
Something that seemed too good to be true was. Lisa Huang owns OK Stop in Moore, and she says on Tuesday afternoon, Done Right Paving came by, saying they had extra asphalt and could pave their parking lot at a low price.
We need to know in advance how much is the cost. And he say he just have a little leftover asphalt, and it wouldn't cost much to us.
She says before they knew it, a crew with a truckload of asphalt started getting to work without agreeing to anything.
30 minutes later, they finished overlaying the parking lot. And he told me now it's $12,000 for the installation cost.
Once they refused to pay, that is when Huang says things became hostile.
When he realized we won't pay, he rushed out the door, use equipment scraping the whole parking lot back.
Starting tomorrow, Walmart supermarkets in all 50 states will officially launch a price defense war, doubling the price of all goods. Not an April Fool's joke, Walmart executives declared overnight the number of imported goods is decreasing precipitously and the shelves are about to be emptied. In order to avoid the public rush to buy Stampede, we tearfully decided to let the price of the first to win the panic. Made in China evaporated. Toys, electronics, small appliances completely out of the market, while the local alternatives are proudly printed. Made in the United States, of course, is double the price. Tonight, supermarkets across the U.S. will stage a final doomsday frenzy. Mothers in Southern California push mountains of toilet paper to the checkout counter. White-collar workers in New York fight over the last pack of Chinese-made batteries. And Walmart's CEO smiles in front of the camera. It's a patriot's choice. We're not raising prices. We're paving the way for a made-in-America renaissance. It's not exploitation. It's Walmart doubling the price to teach you the first lesson of survival. Go! Before the clock strikes midnight, use today's wallet to save tomorrow's despair.
Delta flight headed for Spain was forced to turn around because of an unfortunate situation.
Negative. It's just a biohazard issue. We've had a passenger who had diarrhea all the way through the airplane, so they want us to come back to Atlanta.
All the way through the airplane, yeah. Sadly, for those passengers, the diarrhea was not contained to the bathroom.
Oh, my goodness.
It happened about 2 hours into the flight. After making an emergency landing, everybody was transferred to a different plane. Delta says the original plane was deep cleaned and described the moment as a, quote, medical issue. It's like people were trying to spray vanilla, it didn't work. Secretly, I hope that this person who had the emergency, like, did something, or like maybe you broke up with your girlfriend over text.
Was this a
like
medical
maybe you
condition?
It's a medical.
Why did they have
this
like,
poor person
such severe diarrhea?
I mean, you feel for the passengers, of course, but that's at the very least just mortifying.
A 3-year-old child with autism died in the nursery. The truth was astonishing. In May, Tara Williams, who had been busy all day, arrived at her son's daycare center, ready to pick up her 3-year-old son, Conrad Ashcraft, and take him home. But the staff member told her that Conrad had been sleeping since having his noon nap until now. When Tara found Conrad, he was covered with a thick blanket, lying face down and motionless. After the emergency personnel arrived at the scene, they found that Tara's body was stiff and cold, and she had been dead for several hours. After the police investigation, it was discovered that Conrad was punished at noon for not sleeping. A staff member sat on him until he stopped moving. It is reported that this nursery has received numerous complaints about such issues on multiple occasions. But the director of the nursery has always claimed that his staff's work fully complies with the procedures. At present, the daycare center has been temporarily closed, but no one has yet been criminally charged. Let us seek justice for Conrad, and may the deceased rest in peace.
I want to make you aware of a new law that went into effect yesterday that pertains to every single one of us who drives a car and owns a phone. It's called the touch law. So the touch law will affect 31 states, and drivers in those 31 states are no longer able to touch their mobile phone, cell phone, call it what you will, while you're in your vehicle. So if you're driving and an officer sees you touching your phone, they can pull you over and give you a $50 ticket. However, the fines can go up to $450. I don't know what would make the range change, but it's at least $50 for you if you're caught touching your phone. You may ask me, hey, Joanne, I'm at a light and I picked up my phone. I'm stopped. Do I still get a ticket? The answer is yes. You can still get a ticket if you are just touching your phone to pick it up and look at it momentarily while at a light. So my advice is, let's spread the word to everybody so we're not getting tickets and having to deal with all of this now. Again, it's 31 states.
A Georgia State University student says workers at a Popeyes called the police on her after she tried to buy food for a man believed to be homeless.
No, ma'am, you can't do it.
Why? He's asking for food.
Ma'am, you can't do it. I don't care nothing about you recording me, baby.
May I have your name so I can let the people know?
I pick up the phone and start recording. So I'm like, this is ridiculous. Are you serious?
Joe Ortega says she was just trying to do a good deed.
I can't order for this homeless man right here who asked for food.
Her initial disbelief that employees wouldn't let her buy a two-piece for the man experiencing homelessness.
They called the cops on me, everything, bro.
Quickly turned into anxiety when the cop showed up.
At that moment, I was terrified. I thought I was going to get arrested. So I was like, well, maybe I should just call my family and tell them I might not be coming home tonight.
APD confirmed that they did respond, but they didn't do anything since Ortega didn't break any laws. She says they actually commended her.
The officer pulled me to the side and was like, I really thank you for doing that. Thank you for buying him food. I appreciate that.
Also grateful that man with the empty stomach caught in the middle of all of the drama over drumsticks.
Breaking news, a woman was pulled over for a traffic stop and was found to have her 5- and 7-year-old niece and nephew deceased in the car. Though this crime took place in July of 2021, the body cam footage has just now surfaced. Johnson was pulled over in July of 2021 for a routine traffic stop. It was during that time that authorities said they smelled the unmistakable odor of decomposition. In addition to that, the officer says that they saw maggots in a bag. Eventually, the suspect removed a blanket from a suitcase-like object and revealed her 7-year-old niece deceased. After that, authorities said they then found the remains of a second child in a bag. They were then identified as her 5- and 7-year-old niece and nephew. The suspect claimed that she was taking care of them for her mother because the mother could not. However, after further investigation, it turns out that the mother tried to pick up her children, but the suspect never returned with them. Authorities said that the 7-year-old niece had been deceased for over a year. The suspect said that they were staying at a motel in May of 2020. It was there that she struck the girl and made her fall and hit her head. She then stated she kept the 7-year-old in the car for months. She claims her 5-year-old nephew sustained an injury 2 months prior to the traffic stop and never woke up.
Deadliest accidents at an amusement park ever. 4 killed on a water ride. Their raft overturning, 2 riders tossed into the rushing water, 2 trapped in the machinery.
Here's the way these rapid river rides are supposed to run. Family-friendly, safe as can be, as seen on the website of the Australian water park now dealing with tonight's tragedy. But here's what happened earlier today. 4 people were killed in their circular raft as the ride was coming to an end. Witnesses say the raft in front of them had just emptied and was stuck on the conveyor belt. The approaching raft crashed into it and then flipped. 2 children survived, but 2 adults were thrown to their deaths, and 2 others who were strapped into their Velcro seatbelts were crushed and then drowned.
The thing flipped, and obviously there were kids on board screaming while their mum was trapped under.
This is what the last few moments of the ride look like as recorded by a family who was here in 2013. Notice the empty raft in front moving safely out of their way as designed. Just about every major amusement park in the world has a similar ride.
A former English teacher going viral after posting a raw and unfiltered farewell video as she leaves the classroom behind after just 3 years. Listen.
A lot of these kids don't know how to read because they have had things read to them, or they can click a button and have something read out loud to them. I just don't think these kids even care. They don't care about making a difference in the world. They don't care about how to have a resume. They don't care how to write a resume. They don't care how to write a cover letter because ChatGPT will just do it for them. And I think that we need to cut off technology from these kids, probably until they go to college.
Hannah is a former teacher, and she joins us now. She posted that video. More than 1 million people have seen it.
And with AI becoming so accessible to children nowadays, especially teaching in an English or Core 4 classroom, it's been especially challenging kind of to have the kids comprehend and critical think and think for themselves on certain things. Yeah.
Maximum alert in the United States. An unprecedented tsunami could hit the United States at any moment after a massive 8.7 magnitude earthquake struck off the coast of Russia. As of now, Hawaii, Alaska, California, Oregon, and Washington are on full alert. Authorities confirmed that waves up to 8 meters high could hit the U.S. coastline in the coming hours, bringing destruction and putting millions of lives at risk. Sirens are already sounding in Hawaii, and residents are being urged to immediately move to higher ground. In California and Oregon, emergency teams have begun evacuating areas near the coast. Reports from Japan and Russia show entire cities submerged within minutes of the first waves hitting. And now, the United States could be next. Authorities warn even small waves can be deadly. Dangerous currents can continue for hours after the tsunami's arrival. If you know someone in coastal areas, warn them now. If you are in a risk zone, evacuate immediately. Share this information before it's too late.
She was giving the accused killer a haircut when cops stormed in to arrest him.
I didn't sleep last night knowing that I put my hands on that monster, that I cut his hair.
Cops hauled 28-year-old Andrew McGann out of the chair. Then, as stylist Adriana Avalos fled from the salon, they handcuffed him and stripped off the barber's smock. McGann is charged with stabbing to death 43-year-old Clinton Brink and his wife Kristen on a popular hiking trail in Devil's Den State Park in Arkansas. Their daughters, aged 7 and 9, escaped. Stylist Adriana Avalos said she was suspicious of McGann the moment he parked his car outside the salon in Springdale, Arkansas, about 30 miles from the state park.
He looked pretty scary. He didn't look like he was okay. His eyes just looked sunken.
She says he gave her detailed instructions how he wanted his hair to hang over his face to cover scratches. You can see the scratches in this mugshot. McGann appeared in court today facing capital murder charges and was ordered held.
This morning, a family is scrambling to find a new place to live after being told they have just 48 hours to move out of the home they were renting in Atascocita.
Yeah, they were told by officials they had been scammed.
This is such an unfortunate situation, and the mother of 3, Dixenia Resendez, says that she thought she found the perfect home on Facebook Market and quickly started the process to move into that home. But just yesterday, deputy constables showed up to the home in Atascocita Teresita and informed her that she had actually been scammed by a fake landlord. Now, the Ksenia tells KHOU she found the home a few weeks ago after looking on Facebook Market, and now she's being forced to vacate. She says it was listed for $1,000 a month online, so she messaged the man she thought was the owner to take a look at the home on Thanksgiving Day. The alleged owner sent her a code to open a lockbox so she could see the home. The code worked, but a key was there in a zip tie. She says the alleged homeowner told her to cut it free and go inside, so she did. She eventually signed documents and paid the man $1,000 for the first month's rent.
Take a look at this video sent to us by a homeowner who says this has been happening for years. He says that he asked the post office to stop and filed police reports, but he still can't get the mail truck to stay off his property.
Waterford homeowner Benny Hunt has placed these construction cones all along the easement in front of his property in order to keep the mail delivery service from driving on top of his property.
So I have a $500 estimate just for these repairs.
Waterford homeowner Benny Hunt is fed up.
I literally have the best lawn on the block. So it hurts when I see somebody drive through it.
He tells me for years now, the U.S. Postal Service drivers in Waterford have been driving on the easement, the sidewalk, and on his property, just like this when delivering his mail. He says it's caused extensive damage over the years.
This is a sprinkler that I water my lawn with. It was right here. They ran over 3 or 4 solar lights, destroyed them, 4 or 5 different American flags, destroyed them.
When you tell them, hey, driving on my lawn right here messes up my personal property, what do they say to you?
It's a safety hazard.
Breaking as of the 3rd of August, 2025, Donald Trump just redefined marriage in a way no one saw coming. If you've been dating for 5 years, congratulations, you are now married. According to a statement released earlier today, any romantic relationship lasting 5 years or more is now a legal marriage under federal law. Starting August 1, people all over the country began receiving official marriage licenses by mail, even if they didn't apply. Trump's team says this will strengthen American families and cut government waste. But legal experts are freaking out because under this rule, live together for 5 years, married, on-off dating for 5 years, married. Partner has kids, they're now your legal dependents. That means shared debt, shared custody, even alimony if you split. Social media is exploding. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, calling it the Forced Family Act. Trump's response? You said you love them. Now live with it. Count it August 1, 2025 rule. How many Americans just got married without ever saying, I do?
There is growing outcry over the 110-year sentence given to a truck driver who killed 4 people when the brakes on his big rig failed. The judge says his hands were tied thanks to sentencing guidelines, but more than 4 million people have signed a petition saying that sentence has got to be changed.
This motorist is live streaming as he sits in slow-moving traffic. He doesn't know it, but tragedy is about to erupt.
We just cured anxiety.
Oh my God! The big rig that just sped past him crashes, triggering a fireball in which 4 people were killed. The crash happened in 2019, and now the truck driver, Rohel Aguilera Medeiros, is about to hear sentence pronounced.
I'm begging for forgiveness.
He says his brakes failed, but prosecutors say he passed a runaway truck ramp where he could have pulled off. He was convicted on 27 counts, including vehicular homicide and reckless driving.
Restaurant surveillance cameras show the plumber returning.
He put a balloon into our grease trap and he's not going to remove it until we paid.
Text exchanged between the parties show the owners were given about an hour to pay their bill before the plumber left for the weekend.
If we were to leave the balloon in there, it would overflow the restaurant with water, dirty water that's going down the grease trap. And basically, we would have to shut down.
Plumber Joel Heverin tells 14 News over the phone he says the restaurant also had a history of being slow to make payments.
I don't have a magic wand I can wave and remove all of the garbage and debris from the drain line. So what we can do is we can snake it, we can verify that it's open and working correctly, which is what we did.
Police officers came to the restaurant to mediate. Seen and the bill paid, Heverin Plumbing removed the blockage.
All right, you're good to go.
The restaurant says the bill they handed over ultimately was marked.
We don't want that to happen to other customers and clients of his or other plumbers because it's just ridiculous that it had to come down to this.
Welcome to McDonald's. Would you like to try? No, can I just get in? You need to shut up and let me finish.
It's been revealed that all of the chain's fries are sprayed with an incredibly toxic pesticide that's so harmful that the fries cannot be safely consumed until 6 weeks post-spray. This investigation dug deeper and revealed this fact after the French fries sold by McDonald's were found to contain substances that can cause cancer and even brain damage, in a discovery that came to light just recently. McDonald's only uses a very specific kind of potato in order to make their fries. This potato is known as the Russet Burbank potato, and they have a very thin, uniquely long shape that's responsible for creating the appearance of McDonald's fries we recognize. They're quite difficult to grow, which is exactly why these pesticides have to be used in the first place. A kind of pesticide that's almost ridiculously toxic, which is also known by its other name, methimidofos, comes with its share of shocking side effects. There have also been many cases of poisoning as a result of monitor exposure. The symptoms of poisoning from this pesticide are pretty nasty. I guess that gives you one more reason not to eat food from McDonald's.
A Tampa family's pool popped out of the ground after they hired an unlicensed contractor to do renovation work. The man they paid to do the work.
Basically, we just wanted to have the pool painted.
Neighbors recommended pool repairman James Feliciano.
I did not know that he had to have a contractor license.
According to Florida law, only licensed contractors can make major pool renovations, including draining all of the water.
The deck is cracked completely.
The Peasleys say the day after Feliciano finished emptying their pool, the deep end popped out of the ground.
It's gotten worse over the last week.
Chad says he called James Feliciano December 31st, the day it happened.
He came back and gave us our deposit and picked up his stuff and left and said that he had never seen that happen before.
The catastrophic damage to the decking area.
This is a typical pool drain. The plug on the side is normally used to pull the water out, but there's also a second plug on the bottom that goes into the ground. If this plug is not opened up, pressure from the groundwater can sometimes force the pool to pop up.
Simple $10 sweatshirt. You put the Chanel brand on it. It sells for $5,300.
Well, a massive bust on Long Island involving millions of dollars worth of counterfeit items. Officials recovered more than $40 million worth of merchandise and charged a woman from Smithtown after nearly 18 months of investigating.
Police say undercover buys led to the arrest of this woman, Lindsay Castelli Bullock of Smithtown. She allegedly ran the store, where authorities retrieved at least 22 of these heat-sealing machines for all sorts of counterfeit labels and thousands of soon-to-be fake items for sale. The total in real designer value, eye-popping, more than $40 million.
Because they invest a lot of money, they pay taxes.
So for those looking to shop here at Linny's today, no such luck. And prior customers disgusted. Castelli Bullock facing multiple counts of trademark counterfeiting, a Class E felony, for which she could face up to 3 years in prison.
What is going on in Las Vegas? Social media is filled with tourists experiencing sticker shock when they get the bill for practically everything. And it's having an effect on tourism with a drop in visitors to Sin City.
Across social media, tourists are complaining of what's being called the Las Vegas price gouge. This coffee?
It looks pretty, but this costs $28. This should literally be illegal.
This woman can't believe the cost of breakfast.
How is that $100?
And this dude says stay away from the hotel minibar.
That's not a lot of potato chips. Those boxes are $12 a piece.
These ladies are in shock.
We just paid $50 for a salad. It's absurd.
This tourist has had enough.
We paid $20 for a Coke last night.
And this guy says he's the only Canadian he knows willing to travel to Las Vegas.
Find these resort fees are disgusting.
This June, tourism was down in Las Vegas by a whopping 11.3% from the previous year.
Fuck the managers, fuck this company, fuck this position, and fuck that big lazy bitch Chris Price. I fucking quit.
A Louisiana Walmart employee by the name of Beth McGrath decided to quit, and she did it over the loudspeaker. Now, sometimes you come across a video that's just incredibly, satisfying to watch, and that is the case with this video. Let's watch.
Attention Walmart shoppers and associates. My name is Beth from Electronics. I've been working at Walmart for almost 5 years, and I can say that everyone here is overworked and underpaid. The attendant policy is bullshit. We are treated from management and customers poorly every day. Whenever we have a problem with it, we're told that we're replaceable. I'm tired of the constant gaslighting. This company treats their elderly associates like shit. To Jared, our store manager, you're a pervert. Greta and Kathy, shame on y'all for treating your associates the way you do. I hope you don't speak to your families the way you speak to us. Shout out to Cominique, Patty, Chardell, and so many more. Walmart doesn't deserve y'all. Fuck management and fuck this job. I quit.
Yeah, the man involved here admits he didn't buy anything from the Starbucks store. He was in there waiting for a ride using the Wi-Fi. But he says just moments after the employee at that Starbucks denied him a code to the restroom, a non-paying white man walked in and he got the code. An ugly confrontation in January at a Torrance Starbucks. The man behind the camera, Brandon Ward, upset because this Starbucks worker wouldn't give him the code for the restroom.
She's like, no, you need to make a purchase.
The 26-year-old Ward admits he hadn't bought anything and he was there waiting for his friend to pick him up. But what upset him is that immediately after that, a white man walks in, asks for the restroom code, and was granted it. That's when Ward confronted the Starbucks employee and was ushered out by a security guard. Ward said he posted the incident back online in January, but that it didn't get any traction. But Ward says apologies are useless unless changes are made, that Starbucks needs to treat all their customers equally.
If you have a policy, you should abide by those guidelines for everyone.
When Mark and Star King finally entered their home after renting it out for the weekend, they were shocked at what they saw.
We had a beautiful home, and I don't feel like I'm even at home. I feel like I'm in this, like I'm standing inside of a dumpster.
The couple had rented their home through the website Airbnb. The offer was for 3 nights for 4 adults who claimed they were in Calgary for a wedding. According to their neighbors, a party bus showed up Saturday night. The family had no idea what was happening at their home until they received a text from a neighbor on Monday morning. They arrived with police and discovered people were still inside.
Finally, one girl cooperated, called cabs, woke up the people that were passed out, and we had about 20 people that filed out of our house at that time, which were the leftovers, and walked in at that point with the police to this.
The home had been trashed.
It was almost anger. It's just, I couldn't believe that somebody could do that in 3 days to another person's home.
Such a violation.
A speed bump.
What's going to happen when a car going 85 miles an hour hits that speed bump?
And even rocks.
The city put those rocks in place as what they called temporary measure.
But for John Gow, it's still not enough to keep his home safe from erratic drivers. Gow bought his home in 1996, where the lawn now sits filled with signs at this intersection.
I'm the only one that's ever been hit.
That's because in the past 10 years, he says, 3 cars have crashed into it.
Well, the first crash actually took out my pickup truck that was parked in the driveway. I believe that was 2012.
The second was in 2021. Gal says his home used to have a guardrail in front of it, but in the early 2000s, it was removed, and the city won't put a new one in place.
Well, I don't have a mortgage. The house is paid off. What can I buy where I won't have to pay that's comparable to where I'm currently living?
All he wants is the peace of mind that a car won't come flying through his wall.
It's a crack on a monster roller coaster. An eagle-eyed dad recorded the disturbing video at the Carowinds amusement park in North Carolina. The support structure moves as the roller coaster rounds a turn.
I didn't think about how much it would shift until that first car came across. I'm not an engineer, but that's not normal.
And this isn't just any roller coaster. It's called the Giga Coaster and claims to be the tallest, longest, and fastest roller coaster in North America. First showed the video to a security guard.
My hand was shaking because I was thinking that this could fly off right now as I'm showing this video to the security guard.
Wagner's 14-year-old daughter rode it 8 times that day. The dad says he was concerned the staff at the amusement park wasn't reacting quickly enough, so he called the Charlotte Fire Department.
One of the support beams is completely separated up at the top.
Within an hour, the ride was shut down and will stay closed till further notice as an investigation gets underway today.
Let me tell you the time 3 best friends dug a hole on the beach.
It's a new, dangerous TikTok trend, the mayor of Sanibel Island told a local Florida TV station.
People digging massive holes on the beach.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
These are just some videos being shared of the summer activity that police and towns are warning about. If you're digging to make a sandcastle, or in the case of this image, a place to toss your shovel in, please refill the hole and kindly take your things with you, wrote Marco Island Police on Twitter. While digging holes on the beach isn't a new phenomenon, leaving them unfilled could pose a safety hazard to people walking on the beach and to nature. It's a hazard to other beachgoers, especially our beautiful sea turtles, police added. Sanibel Island is a prime nesting area for 5 species of sea turtles. Each are endangered and protected by federal and state laws.
So how many panels do you have up there?
27. Scott Weinstein says the solar panels he installed on his Winter Garden home give him the power to sell some of the electricity he generates back to Duke Energy. That has dropped his monthly electric bill from $127 to $23. So when he opened his Duke Energy bill and saw he had an added charge of $17.
My neighbor called me and said, "Did you see this charge?"
Bill Hackett also has solar on his home and sells some of his power back, making his monthly bill around $12 a month. In January, his bill was also adjusted to $30.
What did you think when you saw that charge?
I didn't think. I got mad. I'm like, why?
We asked Duke Energy why. They said this minimum bill of $30 helps make sure that everybody is paying for the upkeep of the electrical grid, which they say everybody is still using. Senate Bill 1024 and House Bill 741 would end what is called net metering and prevent solar customers from selling their excess power.
A Florida father is going viral after showing just how costly a day trip to Disney World has become.
Before we even got into the park, it cost me $30 just for parking. And even being a Florida resident, tickets for a family of 5 with one child under 10 was still $974. The rest of the family decided they wanted to go to dinner at downtown Disney Springs. This place was my literal hell, totaling $245.27. The grand total for our day was $1,391.91.
I kind of had a feeling it would go viral. It's very relatable. It's family friendly. They want you to never leave the park. They want you there for 5 days, and they want you to drop 10 grand.
A shocked Florida dad just exposed the outrageous price tag for taking his family of 5 to Disney World for just one day, an eye-popping $1,400. Before this family even stepped foot inside the park, they had to shell out $30 just for parking. But that was nothing compared to the shocking ticket prices, a mind-blowing $974 for just 5 people. Simple refreshments like 3 ice creams and 2 water bottles cost them nearly $30.
2 children were killed. 1 ate, the other 10. 17 were injured. Tears and hugs. An all too familiar scene in America after yet another school shooting. Parents racing to check on their children. It happened at Annunciation Catholic School in South Minneapolis during a school mass. This was the first week of classes. The school had just posted photos of students excited to start the new school year. But that joy turned to terror as 30 to 50 shots rang out.
Active shooter inside Annunciation Church. A male wearing all black with a rifle was last seen up at the playground.
During the mass, a gunman approached on the outside, on the side of the building, and began firing a rifle through the church windows towards the children sitting in the pews at the mass.
Within seconds of this situation beginning, our teachers were heroes. Children were ducked down. Adults were protecting children. Older children were protecting younger children.
Authorities say the shooter took his own life.
A single mother named Annette Morales was told by one repair shop that her 2010 GMC Terrain needed a new engine and would cost far more than she could afford. She had paid around $2,000 for a warranty when buying the vehicle 9 months earlier, paying over $15,000 for a car worth about $6,000 even in good condition. But by now, she spent a painful portion of her modest income just to keep her apartment and get by. With 2 daughters, bills and car payments left her barely covering essentials. Feeling trapped, Annette went to Royalty Auto Service in St. Mary's, Georgia, asking for a second opinion. The mechanic, Sherwood Cook, examined the Terrain and discovered it didn't necessarily need a new engine. It was dangerously rusty, riddled with misfires, wheel bearing failures, and a rattling timing chain, unsafe to drive, but still functioning. Though the warranty wouldn't cover repairs, he replaced 2 failing bearings and a couple of tires at no cost, enough to keep her safely on the road a little longer. But knowing the vehicle was on its last legs, moved by her story, Cook secretly set up a fundraiser, Support Annette's Journey to Stability, on GoFundMe. Within days, it exploded with generosity.
A Local 10 viewer so concerned she started rolling. This video shot Monday behind Gojia Korean Barbecue. That's in the Lincoln Park Plaza. Roaches are spilling out. The owner spraying them with a can of bug killer. Here it is again. Those drain grates were taken right out of the kitchen by the cook line.
I'm cleaning. You're cleaning it, but that means there are roaches in the kitchen? No, just outside. Well, what she was holding, the trays, that's from the kitchen. You brought it out there and you sprayed it.
An inspector found live roaches under fryers, under a wok, on top of a water heater, dead ones scattered across the kitchen from sinks to light fixtures. The evidence is clear, and while this place has not been ordered shut by the state, this viewer wanted to know what to do if you see something like this. It is the most common question we get. How can I file a complaint?
Passengers suffer a scare when the plane's ceiling suddenly collapses after takeoff. The passengers hold up the ceiling with their bare hands for about 40 minutes. The Delta airline flight from Atlanta was headed to Chicago and had to be turned back to Atlanta. Passenger Tom Witchey filmed the bizarre incident. That's his arm holding up the ceiling. How crazy is it that the ceiling comes down? Were you worried that more bad things were about to happen?
And when the ceiling comes down directly above you on a flight, it's not reassuring. Upon takeoff, there was like loud banging sounds, and then with a really loud bang after we had fully taken off, the entire panel came off, and you could see sort of exposed wiring.
He says responding to the ordeal became a team effort.
Myself, the gentleman across the aisle from me, we were the first two to grab it. The woman seated next to me was an engineer. She sort of climbed over me while we remained holding it, and she determined there was a missing bolt.
He says fortunately there was a passenger who happened to have bright yellow tape to hold it in place.
One senior who ditched natural grass to make life easier is now seeing red courtesy of the city.
It may look real, but this is synthetic grass, and it's led to a turf war with City Hall. Homeowner Frank Leone installed the fake grass on his North York lawn because he's in his 80s, he's had a stroke, and has limited mobility. Shortly after the turf went in, a complaint was filed by a neighbor. Frank got a notice from the city. Receiving help from former councilor Karen Stintz, Leone called a bylaw officer to inspect the lawn, getting approval last October. And he got it in writing. Leone thought it was over, but just a month later, a building inspector from the city said the lawn is not permeable, meaning water can't pass through it. And
he's being charged for failure to comply with an order.
This despite the approval of a bylaw officer.
He's now being served with additional notices of violation, including fines, if he doesn't replace his grass within the next 30 days.
According to Leone, he was told that the primary issue was a lack of water flow, even though his turf has many holes.
You can't think of your baby and what could happen and the things you don't know that could happen. Your mind just starts to race.
Vanessa, a pregnant mother, is in tears as she talks about what happened to her 3-year-old girl yesterday afternoon after a bite of a burger at Wendy's.
She bit into her burger. We were eating inside, and she started to crunch, this super loud crunch that was not normal.
She says she panicked for a moment watching her daughter cry in pain.
I was telling her, don't swallow, honey.
Then quickly got on her knees and tried to get the food out of her daughter's mouth.
As I was pulling her food out, I was pulling food out and blood out, and I saw that I had particles of glass on my fingers.
She says she called police right away and then rushed her daughter to the hospital. This is a picture of her daughter on a hospital bed, and this is a picture of her mouth. If you look closely, you can see cuts inside.
My only concern was for my daughter and how much glass she had ingested.
The other day, 27-year-old Louis Angelino was hired to clean a friend's apartment in South Jersey. He was told he'd find the key under the mat. So far, so good.
2.5 hours later, place is spotless.
Then the friend reached out to Louis with a perplexing question.
Are you here? Did you come clean today? And I was like, yeah, I came and cleaned. Like, I'm sitting in your living room right now. Your cat's on my lap. I'm playing with your cat. Louis? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I don't have a cat.
Yep, Louis had just spent a lot of elbow grease cleaning the wrong apartment.
His apartment's 277. You were in 227.
Yes.
And you had already finished cleaning the entire place.
Exactly.
Just so happens both places had keys under the mat. This is the apartment Louis mistakenly cleaned. The homeowner was so shocked.
Somebody broke in and cleaned our apartment.
It was a discovery unlike any other. The Gilmartins thought they were doing some renovations to a jacuzzi in their home, but what they found underneath, they couldn't believe.
I want to jump in. First off, I guess, to be honest,
Trevor Gilmartin recalls the moments and his first thoughts when he and his wife Haley dug out their jacuzzi only to find a hole beneath it.
we did some testing to make sure the water was okay to get in. Obviously, safety was a little bit of an issue in terms of the fact that there's not like a ladder, and if I fall down in that hole, there's no getting me out.
Ironically enough, one of Trevor's hobbies is scuba diving, so he had the gear to dive on in. He and his wife posted their discovery to TikTok. What on earth is this nearly 20 feet deep hole? Gilmartin tells us the conversion into a home happened in 1979. It was a water pumping station that he only knew about from a newspaper clipping passed on to him from the previous owner of the home. What he didn't know is what lied beneath it all, just on the other side of his living room.
A Sarasota mother is upset tonight. She says her son's birthday party was ruined when the restaurant they were eating at asked them to leave.
It completely ruined it. He cried the whole way home.
Tracy Clareson is describing how her 7-year-old son's birthday party ended last night at the Oriental Buffet off Bee Ridge Road in Sarasota.
I was shocked that they said he ate too many crab legs.
Shocked because the restaurant is advertised as an all-you-can-eat buffet. According to Tracy, a woman at the restaurant approached her 11-year-old son, William.
She told us that that's all you eat, you don't get any more, get out if you don't like it.
Tracy was with her 2 kids, husband, brother, and parents, all there celebrating Hayden's 7th birthday.
We explained to her that there were 7 people at the table, 3 of us eating crab legs, and that my 11-year-old was going up and getting them for us.
Hayden has mild autism, and this is his favorite place. Tracy says he still doesn't understand what happened.
That he was upset again this morning and said, Mommy, can we go back? And I said, I don't think so, honey. And he kept asking. He said, what was too many? Why did William eat too many? He didn't understand.
That's jet fuel pouring out of a plane that's about to take off for Europe. The woman taking the video is a bride, and she's flying to her honeymoon from the airport in Newark, New Jersey to Venice, Italy. Now, she's saying the flight attendants ignored her husband when he told them there was an emergency.
That is not normal. She lied to you.
Ultimately, the crew realized how serious the situation was and thanked the honeymooners with free champagne. They were even brought into the cockpit and showed the pilot their video. All the passengers were evacuated, and that's when they say the niceties came to an abrupt end. While many of the other passengers were offered free hotel vouchers for overnight, the newlyweds say they had to sleep on the terminal floor. Rachel and Mike Brumfield say United Airlines, apparently concerned about the video of the leaking jet fuel, also asked them to, quote, go easy on the airline on social media. United issued a statement. While taxiing to the runway, United Flight 170 returned to the gate due to a fuel leak.
This will make you question reality entirely. Recently, skywatchers from around the world have been uploading videos. When they looked up, they saw neither clouds nor airplanes, but actual trains suspended high in the sky. Some say it's merely light refraction, while others claim it's a secret government transportation experiment. But regardless of the explanation, everything in the footage is crystal clear. It resembles a high-speed train operating in another dimension or a projection of humanity's future transportation. This might be a manifestation of humanity's collective subconscious or perhaps a fleeting tear in the fabric of space, granting us a glimpse into a future world yet to arrive. Even more astonishing is that these sky trains do not appear by chance. They sometimes materialize simultaneously across different countries, as if reminding us in a wholly new way.
After robbing a Burger King for $2,000, he thought he would go to jail since witnesses reported him and he quickly got arrested. But after a judge sentenced him to 13 years in prison, when it was time to go to jail, no police came to get him. He didn't try to run away because he knew he deserved it, so he just nervously waited in his house expecting police to show up at any moment. But after a few weeks had passed, they never came, so he thought they may have just cleared his record. So over the next few years, he moved on with his life, completely forgetting about the incident. He got married, launched a construction company, and volunteered to help youth avoid making the same mistakes he made. But 13 years later, he was shocked when police suddenly arrived at his house to arrest him. It turns out, because of a technical issue, police thought he was in jail for the last 13 years. But when they went to release him, they realized he wasn't there, so they sent police to immediately arrest him. He was devastated when they told him he now had to spend 13 years in prison to serve his sentence. But when the judge saw that Michael had completely turned his life around and rehabilitated himself, he set him free with no jail time.
Breaking news. Major U.S. supermarkets are joining forces to ban cash. Beginning September 25th, millions of ordinary Americans could be abruptly excluded from the economy, unable to shop, unable to live, completely turned into financial refugees in the digital age. Walmart, Target, and Kroger are fully pushing cashless checkout. On the surface, it's about efficiency, but in reality, it's pushing vulnerable groups, the elderly and low-income families, into desperation. How will those without bank accounts survive? How will households that rely on cash budgeting manage? What happens during power outages or system failures? Who will be able to buy anything then? Even more alarming, every transaction will be monitored, every dollar tracked. Privacy will vanish, and freedom will be completely compromised. Is this really progress, or is it a financial control experiment targeting ordinary people? If cash is still legal tender, why can't Americans use it? Who truly benefits? Banks, corporations, or a system trying to control our every penny? Comment below. Do you believe in a cashless America?
After robbing a Burger King for $2,000, he thought he would go to jail.
A new Southwest Airlines policy for plus-size travelers is generating headlines. As of next year, the carrier will require those needing space beyond the armrest to purchase an extra seat. Now, they can submit the additional expense for a refund after their travel is complete, but that refund will only be granted if the flight was not full.
And if you look at the headlines, it's all talking about this, plus-size passengers. And that's because Southwest, their policy is it's a policy for customers of size. That's led to these high headlines. And really, there are other reasons that a passenger might need an extra seat. It doesn't necessarily have to do with the size of the passenger. So maybe a misstep here, because I did check in with the Canadian equivalent. I saw, Air Canada, WestJet. They also have policies for passengers who need an extra seat, and it is free in those cases. You do need a medical form. The medical form is available. I'm not suggesting it's a necessarily easy thing to do, but they don't run into the same kind of controversy here that Southwest has.
Did you see this video of passengers trying to get off a flight after Trump announced that the application fees for H-1B visas will be $100,000? This happened on an Emirates flight trying to leave out of San Francisco International Airport. That was on the same day that Trump announced that the application fees for H-1B visas will go up to $100,000. Compare that to the fact that historically, the H-1B visa applications has cost between $1,700 to $4,500, and that this new $100,000 annual fee will go into effect starting September 21st. That's why people are rushing to get off the plane, because the way it's being presented is that if you're in the country when the fee goes into effect, you don't have to pay it right now. But if you're outside of the country and try to come back in after the 21st, they're going to check to see if that fee was paid. And people weren't just scrambling to get off flights, people were scrambling to get on flights and being extorted for it. Like people in India with H-1B visas saw the prices of flights soar because there were so many people trying to rush back to the US. Heck, some people who were in India when Trump dropped the news already missed the deadline because there weren't enough flights to get back home. And of course, the big tech companies are also scrambling, asking employees not to leave the country or those who are abroad to come back quickly.
It was just last week when surveillance cameras at the Kroger in Danville captured this man walking up to a register to load up a prepaid debit card. He pulled out several $100 bills and handed them to the cashier.
He actually used the counterfeit pens on them, which worked. Once he did that, it appeared that another male that was with them possibly a lookout. He signaled to another girl that was with them to, hey, come up here and do your transaction.
That woman used another several $100 bills to buy a Visa gift card. A counterfeit pen also showed that the bills were real. All three walked out of the store and nobody realized anything was wrong.
Later on, when they were counting the cash in there using a actual cash counter, those bills were all flagged as counterfeit.
Detective Nate Lean with the Danville Police Department said the trio scammed the store out of $800. 10 Kroger stores in Indiana, mostly in the Indianapolis area, and has cost the supermarket chain nearly $12,000.
In all 14 cases, $100 counterfeit bills were used.
4 city employees in Fort Worth have resigned and are facing a criminal investigation after they were caught on camera paving a driveway.
Patching and repaving roads after water line repairs is part of normal water department work. Fully repaving private driveways is not.
Are you with the water department? Do you work for them? Y'all work for the water department? Oh, okay.
The work caught the attention last week of Bob Willoughby, who lives down the block. There were clearly marked Fort Worth water trucks on the street, but all the active work was on private property. He also recorded part of his phone call with the department before sending them the video.
They didn't do no work there. They had to redo anything. They're just giving that guy a new driveway, okay?
Within a day of the city seeing the video, all 4 employees had resigned from their jobs. The water department also talked to the customer who had the driveway paved. Of all the places in the city this could have happened, it happened on Willoughby Street.
Is what they're doing down there, is that legal what they're doing is what I'm getting at, I guess.
Fort Worth police have now taken over the investigation to figure that part out.
David Simmons' electric meter spins so fast, it'll make your head spin. Just compare it to his neighbors. And these are the same size houses built at the same time by the same builder.
I don't see how it can't be a meter issue. It just, and like I said, when you look at it, it just makes no sense to watch what it does.
This is how fast it's going with nothing on, pretty much?
With the basics on, yeah.
Lights.
Lights.
No heat, no washer dryer,
no heat,
no oven.
Anything presently.
All that spinning leads to some shocking electric bills. $900, $1,000, $1,200. These bills from just this summer. Yes, David has a pool, but he gets jolted with high bills from National Grid every month of the year.
The bill is greater than $700, $750 pretty much every single month. And
even in the winter.
Yes.
He says several electricians have been out to test his panel, look for errant wiring or any other energy hogs, but they've all come up short.
I think either somebody's messing with me or I have a bad meter.
A former English teacher going viral after posting a raw and unfiltered farewell video as she leaves the classroom behind after just 3 years. Listen.
A lot of these kids don't know how to read because they have had things read to them, or they can click a button and have something read out loud to them. I just don't think these kids even care. They don't care about making a difference in the world. They don't care about how to have a resume. They don't care how to write a resume. They don't care how to write a cover letter because ChatGPT will just do it for them. And I think that we need to cut off technology from these kids, probably until they go to college.
Hannah is a former teacher, and she joins us now. She posted that video. More than 1 million people have seen it.
And with AI becoming so accessible to children nowadays, especially teaching in an English or Core 4 classroom, it's been especially challenging kind of to have the kids comprehend and critical think and think for themselves on certain things.
Yeah.
So on my way out, I wanted to kind of raise awareness and just...
A father says he spent more than $100,000 to restore a vintage truck.
But years after taking it in, the truck isn't even close to being finished.
2 years ago, Tim Hayes had an idea.
My son always likes truck. He's been a truck kid.
So he made his son, 14 years old at the time, a promise to restore a vintage truck and give it to him on his 16th birthday. The two got to work and found this 1967 Ford. They took it here to Classic Corner Iconic Cars in Oklahoma City to have it restored.
They told me that it would probably be done around July.
But long quickly turned to longer. Still now, almost 2 years later, with his son's 16th birthday just a couple weeks away, the truck is still nowhere near ready. To make things even more complicated, Tim says Jim with Classic Corner continued sending him invoices for work he claimed was happening on the truck. To date, Tim says he's paid Classic Corner more than $115,000 worth of invoices.
She's the single mom with 2 kids, and that one-car garage, that's where she lives. You heard right. Nicole Jones and her children are forced to live in a garage right in the middle of one of America's wealthiest zip codes, Silicon Valley.
This is the garage.
Nicole, who's a bartender, pays $1,000 a month for the converted garage in San Mateo, California.
I know it's a garage, but this was nicer than everything that I had looked at. That was almost twice this price.
Nicole says she can no longer afford to live in the area. Nicole's cramped garage home is only 250 square feet, but big enough to hold her bed, widescreen TV, and a tiny kitchen. After Nicole went public with her plight, she says she got a slew of hateful emails about her way of dealing with the lack of affordable housing in the Bay Area.
It breaks your heart because these people don't know you.
She says all the publicity has spooked her landlord. She's afraid he'll evict her, leaving her and her children homeless.
This may be the most disturbing news you'll hear today. U.S. astronomers have just confirmed that one of the largest comets ever is on an impossible to deflect trajectory towards Earth. It's not a movie and it's not a guess. It has a number C 2025 Q7 and a diameter of more than 150 kilometers. Scientists say that if it did hit the Earth, would release as much energy as tens of millions of nuclear bombs combined. Entire continents could disappear in an instant and the climate would be permanently altered. But what's even more frightening is that it's on a trajectory of material we've never seen before. Some astrophysicists suspect that the comet's core is not ice, it's not rock, it's an unknown dense material that may have come from some dimension beyond the edge of the solar system that we don't yet understand. NASA has launched an emergency observation program, but warns that the comet's orbit is unstable and that any slight deflection could rewrite Earth's history.
It's the heart-stopping video shocking people everywhere. 3 little kids, a split second from being mowed down by an SUV as they board the school bus.
So frightening.
And here they are in this Inside Edition exclusive at the very bus stop outside Tacoma in Washington State, where they oh so narrowly escaped disaster.
I was very terrified. Very, very terrified.
The person hopped over the bump right here in this little ditch, came in between them where there is no other lane, it's just a driveway, popped over the other side and took off.
Moms Brandy Wheeler and Lisa Razzo are still reeling from watching the video.
See how that was just inches.
The close call was captured on 3 surveillance cameras from inside the bus. You can see the SUV drive onto the shoulder and then barrel past the bus. The motorist didn't even pull over to make sure the kids were okay.
When I went to take the nozzle out of my truck, I smelled like a rotten animal smell.
And after Daniel Colombo drove his Ford F-350 away from this pump,
as soon as I left, I noticed the engine was running very rough. At a point, my truck would not accelerate past 65 miles per hour. The RPMs were sputtering up and down very aggressively.
Colombo had filled up 38 gallons, $180 worth of diesel at this Shell station. The pump shut by the state after Colombo filed a complaint. An inspector was out the very next day.
He said he found very high levels of sediment contamination in the fuel. He said it was so much sediment that he could visibly see black sediment pieces floating around in the fuel samples he took.
Here is the state report confirming the sediment found in the diesel. Colombo's mechanic says his fuel system needs to be checked. If there is damage, it could be thousands to replace parts.
I explained to him, well, you sold me contaminated fuel, which has now damaged my truck. And he just said, I'm not paying you a penny.
When Don Prather learned his Gilbert neighborhood was getting high-speed internet through fiber optic,
we were certainly excited about it.
What he's not happy with is how it was installed.
It's a bit of a mess.
That fiber optic cable that's supposed to be buried,
and it's just completely exposed.
Saying this has been going on for months. When workers first came out to install,
they actually laid the fiber right across the top of the driveway, and we had to drive over it for a month or so.
Then when he called the company to have them fix it,
they put some not great looking caulk down and some duct tape.
Which isn't doing the job.
That's the cable right there. You can see it wanting to pop out already.
You still have wire exposed right there.
Yes, there's a good 5 or 6 feet of wire there. We were worried about families and kids tripping over it.
Prather says he's called 3 times to have them bury the line, but nothing happened. In one case, his work order was closed, with officials saying they did bury it, but as you can see, that's not the case.
It's very frustrating. Like I said, it's dangerous and unsightly, and we just would like to get it fixed the right way.
Illegal dumping investigation lands a local woman behind bars, and all because a deputy was at the right place.
You can see this bright yellow sign right here. It says, "No dumping, we're watching." Loud dump trucks common along 56th Street, but the growing piles of asphalt out of place.
It's really hard to catch someone in the act of this, which makes this so unique.
But some good old-fashioned police work paying off. One deputy knew this truck was up to no good.
So he pulled over and he watched, and he noticed them doing the illegal dumping. He was able to catch them in the act.
The driver of the Marrero truck, a 22-year-old woman facing felony littering and trespassing on CSX property.
These people aren't dumping paper or cardboard. They're dumping used asphalt. And think about that. If that were to get onto the railroad tracks, to get onto a road of some kind, that could really be dangerous.
The sheriff's office tells me that the owner of the company says that he did not tell his driver to do this.
This guy came in with an incredible deal. He would clean the air ducts in the whole house for $29. He looks around the house, even the attic. But instead of checking out the air duct system, he seems more interested in the stuff stored up there. Finally, he takes out his flashlight and peeks inside. Total time, a couple of seconds. Take another look. In the blink of an eye, he's done.
Dust is already inside the system.
Okay. Is it dirty right now?
Yes, it is.
We knew it wasn't dirty. All totaled, he wants to charge us $700 to clean and sanitize the system. So much for that $29 special.
I'm not actually the homeowner, and I'd like to know whether or not you were doing a bait and switch here.
It's a big difference, but that's what you have, ma'am. The blower motor needs to be cleaned if it goes dirty.
Oh, I'd like to ask you how you know the blower needs to be cleaned.
Because I opened the system and checked it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
You did not open the blower.
He offered to take us to the attic and show us the dirt, but then he does an about face, and he was out of here.
She's the girl who was home alone when a suspected burglar tried to break in. A terrifying situation for anybody, let alone a 12-year-old girl. But Taylor Blanton handled it with guts and bravery beyond her years. Taylor was playing video games on the kitchen counter, waiting for her mom to come home from work when she heard someone trying to get in the front door. Taylor kept her cool and dialed 911.
There's a guy trying to break in, and I don't know what to do.
Just listen to the important details she gave police.
Do you have a description on the person? He's wearing a red Auburn t-shirt, and he's wearing a hat, and he has a rag in his back pocket.
She even had the presence of mind to videotape the guy with her cell phone.
I just snap a video of him from right here.
You can see him lurking in the backyard. Taylor did another remarkable thing. Not only did she take video of the stranger as he lurks between these two homes, she also took a picture. The man was determined to get in, so Taylor found a hiding place in her bedroom closet. Working with Taylor's description and the photo and video she took, police picked up the suspect a few.
Imagine this, a family moved into here about a week ago, and then today this rental truck showed up and people in it said they were going to be moving in today.
Michael Williams tells me it's been great living on this street in Oviedo.
Smiling neighbors waving at us, everything good.
He says it was listed on hotpads.com and showed us this lease that he says they signed last week, paying $2,100 to move in. Someone met them there to give them a key, and then today,
all of a sudden, a knock at the door with a U-Haul outside. I'm looking like, oh, y'all got the wrong house. They're like, no, you guys are in our house.
Those people also had a lease, and everyone called police. At first, Williams says he was told he and his girlfriend would have to move out in a couple hours by 3 this afternoon. We were here when police, the rental company, and the new renters showed back up. Eventually, police decided this was a civil matter, and they would not be forcing Williams to leave. The rental company says they can't explain it either and don't know if someone put up a fake ad. In the end, the people who were trying to move in drove away, and the rest of the situation will have to be sorted out possibly in court.
When this mom bought a slinky, sparkly gown at Goodwill, little did she know how special it was in the annals of fashion history. The tag inside reads Black Tie by Oleg Cassini. Yup, the one and only Oleg Cassini. He's the designer who dressed Jacqueline Kennedy for JFK's inaugural ball in 1961. That's right, the man who put Jackie in that iconic cape and matching gown also made this sequined gown. So how much did mom of two Kansas Mahaki pay for this gem at the thrift store in Austin?
$14.99. Do not have the words. Look at the detail.
How did you find it?
I saw a twinkle out of the corner of my eye and beeline straight to the dress. I had no idea what I had. I just knew that it was fabulous. I just typed in the name into Google search and it popped up with a bunch of pictures of Jackie Kennedy and I was like, oh wow.
Jackie Kennedy adored Oleg Cassini. He made her the fashion icon we still admire to this day.
This one has a lot of people up in arms. Two girls were trying to board a United flight in Denver when the gate agent stopped them, deeming their spandex leggings were inappropriate. The outrage began at Denver Airport Sunday when two girls were denied entry onto a United flight by the gate agent. The reason? They were wearing spandex leggings. Passenger Shannon Watts tweeting, "She's forcing them to change or put dresses on over leggings or they can't board. Since when does United police women's clothing?" United immediately responded, "We do have the right to refuse transport for passengers who are barefoot or not properly clothed." The reaction on social media, fast and furious. Since when are leggings inappropriate? Is United Airlines fashion police or misogynists? United later clarified the girls were traveling on the airline's PASS program, which provides free flights for relatives and friends of United employees. The airline told us it has stricter dress code requirements for these non-revenue passengers.
United's policy does seem a bit more sexist than other airlines.
Tiffany Walker had only made 3 car payments on her new SUV, and now it's totaled. She wants Tomball Ford to pay for the damages, but the dealership says it's not responsible either.
This is her vehicle hours after she dropped it off at Tomball Ford for the first oil change and some warranty work. A total loss.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then I immediately became angry.
Tiffany says Tomball Ford employees told her while their mechanic was driving the vehicle during some repairs, another driver failed to yield the right-of-way, turning left in front of the mechanic, causing him to hit that vehicle. The police report supports that and assigns all blame to the other driver. The dealership is adamant the driver at fault's insurance, Allstate, should pay for the damage. But Allstate says its client is only 70% liable and the mechanic is 30% responsible, claiming he could have avoided hitting the other driver and suggested he was either speeding or distracted. Tomball Ford's general manager wouldn't talk with me on camera, but he told me it's an unfortunate incident, but the dealership is absolutely not at fault.
Keep going, that's it. You've got this. Come on now, just like that. Just like that. You've got it. Come on now. Come on, push a bit harder. Keep going, that's it. You've got this. Come on, just keep powering through. I know it might seem super hard right now, but you're almost there. You're almost finished. Come on, keep going. You've got this. Come on, pick up the pace a bit. That's it. Just like that. Just like that. Keep going. That's it. Keep going. Come on. I've got faith in you. I know you can do it. Come on. You're almost there. I can see the end. Come on. Keep going. You've got this. Come on. That last little sprint. Sprint. That last sprint for me. Come on. Quick. Quicker. Quicker. Come on. That's it. Just like that.
At New at 9, a Tulsa man posted on social media that he feels targeted by the city of Tulsa and neighbors after he got in trouble for city code violations. Matthew Parker owns this business, Parker's Mobile Mechanics. Matthew doesn't make his money charging his customers for fixing cars. He makes it by posting videos of the fixes to Facebook. So far, he's racked up nearly 2 million followers. He's even had followers donate cars so he can fix them and give them to people in need. Matthew says in April, the city told him about a code violation for a commercial vehicle and operating an illegal business business out of his South Tulsa home.
We don't operate a legal business within our house. We don't do that at all. We're mobile mechanics, so we go to places.
I asked the city of Tulsa for an interview about this, and they told me no, due to staffing. But they did tell me in an email, with cars on jack stands, a large commercial truck, work happening on other people's vehicles in the driveway, and storing of inoperable vehicles waiting to be repaired in the driveway. Matthew says the truck was donated and not a customer's. He says when he realized there were city code problems, he took care of them by the city's deadline. Matthew's talking about this wrapped truck. When the city came back out and saw that truck, that's when he got hit with another violation.
So they'll be taking all of that, and this will be the road.
Curtis Pendergrass doesn't want a road to run through his property. He lives on Primrose in Loveland Park, and Deerfield Township wants to buy .013 acres of his land to align the roads near his house.
What they want to do is they want to straighten this road out. This is Primrose, and they want to connect it to Rich Road, and they're saying it's a safety issue.
Pendergrass got a visit. He says a man working for the township offered him money to create an easement that would allow the township to straighten the roads.
First off, $1,900 is a joke, but I don't want the road closer to my house. And nobody in my neighborhood wants this road because they don't want more traffic.
Pendergrass thinks the township is trying to alleviate congestion on nearby Columbia. He says the township needs to purchase his entire property or there is no deal.
The township administrator says if Pendergrass does not agree to sell, he'll recommend abandoning plans for the project.
The dogs passing by seem to know just not to step on this.
Eric Wang said he meant no harm when installing these mats with rubber spikes on a portion of his lawn. He did it a few weeks ago after having to re-landscape when the original bushes died.
I tried other measures. I tried a product called Critter. I tried putting up signs asking owners not to allow their dogs to urinate on the shrubs, which weren't very effective.
Wang said before purchasing them, he made sure the mats were pet safe. No one has confronted him personally, but he's seen the comments on social media. The post on the Nextdoor app has over 300 comments, many with personal attacks.
People started just piling on and calling me all sorts of nasty names. People said that I should be reported to the police, I should be reported to the Animal Welfare League, and that I should be reported to the county code enforcement.
Most people who we spotted walking dogs nearby did not want to comment on camera, saying it's too controversial of a topic in the neighborhood. But one dog walker tells us he understands the frustration from both sides.
If anything, I just wish that they'd find a different alternative, just put up a small fence or something like that. Nobody wants to be out for a casual walk and have to worry about going to the vet.
The law is this: handicap hang tags are issued to people with handicaps. They need to be close to the store or the office, not their friends and relatives.
Yeah, you can't park in a handicap spot if the person that's handicapped is not in the car.
Lake Mary cops responded to complaints.
A lot of the people were coming out of the stores or the locations, and they did not appear to have any disability at all. It's just not fair to the people with the disabilities that need those spots.
A driver turns into the closest handicap spot in front of a store and nearly sprints inside to run a quick errand.
Handicap parking spaces are clearly marked from the metal sign, including the possible fine. Also, they have blue lines on either side of the space. We know that we need to have that handicapped hang tag to park in these spots legally.
People ticketed lose the hang tag and have to reapply. Officers are stepping up the enforcement.
Who's it registered to? My mother. We're fixing to go get her.
The suggested fine is $250, but people who get the tickets have to go to court. A judge has the final say on exactly what the punishment will be.
A child could not contain her gratitude when she met the man who saved her life. 7-year-old Adriana Aviles sobbed as she embraced 29-year-old Mike Laureano. He donated bone marrow to her after she was diagnosed with leukemia at age 4. Even before she opened the door to meet him, Addie could already feel her appreciation for Mike as soon as he pulled up to the house. But once she was able to fully show how much his donation meant to her, she didn't hold back.
Thank you so much.
Addie's twin sister, her parents, and brother also got to thank Mike, who says he didn't sign up to be a bone marrow donor to get recognition. but because it was the right thing to do. At the Woodman's gas pumps in Waukesha, lines of cars pull in to fuel up. How come you pump your gas here at Woodman's?
Woodman's has the best prices.
Those gas stations nearby now suing Woodman's because of their cheap gas. According to over 200 pages in court documents 12 News obtained Friday, the companies operating the Shell on Main Street and the BP on Lincoln Avenue argue Woodman's violated the state's Unfair Sales Act, which prohibits selling goods below cost, and are demanding about $80,000 each based on the number of days they say Woodman's illegally outpriced them. But newly filed court documents show Woodman's argues they can sell below cost in order to keep up with Costco, which they say is their main competitor, 6.5 miles away in Pewaukee. Woodman's is in full compliance with its Waukesha store gas pricing and believes this lawsuit is without merit. As such, we have asked the court to dismiss this action. Attorneys returned my request for comment. This case is now scheduled for a jury trial in October.
And we would have to leave whatever's left behind. And unfortunately, I haven't even had a chance to go through everything.
Arlene and her family were chosen for the Extreme Makeover TV show after her husband Tim, a critical care nurse, died of hepatitis C. She struggled to raise their 3 children. After hearing her story, Ty Pennington and his design team showed up. Hundreds of neighbors all pitched in to help. It was one of the greatest days in her life. Now, 9 years later, her dream home has become a nightmare.
We've been evicted.
She says she was able to afford the $30,000 mortgage, but over the years, property taxes tripled. The next thing she knew, an eviction notice came in the mail.
I asked the judge if there was anything that could stop this, and he said no. And I said, not even health reasons, nothing. And he said no. I have to go.
Today, they are pitching in to salvage what they can before the final eviction, taking down drapes, moving out beds and tables, prized possessions like their dad's airplane models, and a Lego model of their dream home. Arlene is overcome with emotion.
29 years. But now Sam is at home, fired by the Bridge Authority for paying someone's toll out of his own pocket.
In my eyes, there was no crime committed. I just helped somebody out.
Sam says he charged a trailer driver too little last week, and when he realized his mistake, paid the $5 owed himself. He says it was something he did from time to time if a driver didn't have enough cash.
Put the $6 in, I got the $6 back the next day.
For Sam, this job wasn't about the money. It was about all the people he met.
After 29 years, you can't help it. I mean, I gave children suckers 22, 23 years ago. Now I'm giving those children suckers for their children.
A friend even gave Sam a printout of Facebook comments. Dozens of people outraged to see their favorite toll collector fired.
Makes me feel good, makes me want to almost cry.
Sam admits he had been asked not to pay for others before, but was never formally written up. As punishment, the authority offered him 2 days a week instead of 5, which he declined.
If I can't be trusted for 5 days, how can I be trusted for 2 days?
So he was terminated.
Where she bought the ticket to cash in her winnings. She thought she won at least $500. She says the clerk in this lucky store took her ticket, scanned it, and the machine sang a winning tune.
It said, "Eee!" A beep made a sound on the machine, and then a pink sales slip came out, and he just grabbed it.
Amelia says the clerk wouldn't give her that validation slip showing her winnings or return her scratch ticket. After some back and forth, he handed her $500 cash from the register.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But even with that money in hand, she had a gut feeling that something was wrong.
When I called the lottery people and the police,
it would appear that what he did was he took the validation slip, kind of crumpled it up quickly, threw it away or otherwise disposed of it, kept it away from the customer, and attempted to pay her approximately $500 in cash.
A man bought a Samsung TV from Walmart, only to discover it was a complete fake. Last week, Ross Potts went to his local Walmart to buy a new Samsung TV, but that evening when he opened the box, he immediately sensed something was wrong.
Well, the first thing I noticed was the TV was wrapped in what appeared to be like saran wrap or moving wrap, which I thought was very odd.
Ross said. When he tried to attach the legs, they wouldn't fit because metal plates were blocking the screws. Growing suspicious, Ross peeled off the label on the front, and underneath it said Hisense, not Samsung. Even the remote was the wrong brand.
It said Element instead of Samsung.
So I knew at that point something was really wrong. This was not the TV I was supposed to have.
Worse yet, the TV gave off a strange odor, prompting a Walmart employee to ask, "Have you had this TV in a dumpster?" Ross hadn't, but apparently someone else had. It turned out that a previous customer had put an old TV into the box and returned it, and Walmart, unaware of the switch, resold it as new.
Banned from Amazon. It's happening to more and more people, and you could be next. These two people from different parts of the country were both blacklisted by the e-commerce giant.
I was really shocked and upset.
They just sent an email and it said, "We've closed your account."
So why the ban? Amazon said that these customers had consistently returned a large number of orders, but Jamie from Georgia disagrees.
We had returned about 4 or 5 items within about 6 months.
The last item Jamie returned was this $43.99 retractable laptop desk because she said it was missing parts. Nathan told us he returned 43 items over the course of 5 years. The final purchase was this small part for his faucet, which cost $10.99.
I kept ordering a part and trying it and it didn't fit. So I just sent it back, ordered another one, didn't fit, sent it back, ordered another one. And I must have done that maybe 4 or 5 times.
So how many returns is too many? Amazon won't give an exact number.
The accident was caught on surveillance camera, which has since gone viral on social media.
Neighbors say it was chaotic and definitely unexpected, but they're applauding those who were out there working. When you hear a pop and see one of the workers dart for the truck.
The second it happens, I mean, he runs up to the back of the truck, and from what it looks like, he takes the sealant right to his face. I just have to commend that guy for risking his own safety. From what I could tell, they did the best job possible to rectify the situation as fast as possible. The entire street is covered. The hose busted on the back of the truck, it appears.
Within seconds, 2 properties were blanketed with the sticky substance.
The neighbors' white cars in their driveway, all of their landscaping, the other neighbors' trees, the stucco, the exterior finish of the home, everything was just basically covered.
The project was supposed to be a simple surface street upgrade. 12 News spoke with Markham Construction, who hired Cactus Asphalt for the job. They say Cactus Asphalt's equipment failed.
Michael Groves and his wife installed a gravel walkway 3 years ago because it's safer for their son to walk on.
But now their homeowners association says it has to go.
Michael Groves says the battle to save his little gravel path has become more than just a dispute with the homeowners association. The 40-year-old says he's fighting for other kids with disabilities.
HOAs are big bullies in that they really don't take into people's considerations the disabilities and the things that go on in people's lives.
Groves' 15-year-old son-in-law is autistic and suffers from epileptic seizures. He installed the gravel path 3 years ago because it gives his child a better chance of avoiding hitting his head on the concrete. Groves says when the Summerfield Riverwalk Village Association denied his request to keep the path because it violated their cosmetic code, he contacted the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development on grounds that the HOA is violating the Federal Fair Housing Act. In the meantime, you have to get rid of it. The association is reviewing the legal concern. Grove says none of this was necessary if they had left his pathway alone.
Now I feel that I'm standing up for people who have been discriminated against.
The caller asking when she was moving out.
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, I bought your house in an upset bid."
This was news to Rogers. She had already paid off her Pitt County home of 12 years.
So I kind of thought it was a joke.
But she soon found out this was no trick. Her home, valued at $413,000, was sold for just $221,000. It turns out her HOA foreclosed on her home 11 months ago, after it says Rogers didn't pay her dues.
Well, why didn't you pay the $1,400? What's your response to that?
That's all I hear. And I say, I would have if I known.
Rogers claims she had no idea she was in an HOA. She also says she got no notice of the debt or the foreclosure or even of the sale.
No one ever came to your door. No one ever called you. No one ever sent you an email saying you owed this much.
No.
And she never signed the official papers.
The HOA never served her lawsuit papers. They just didn't do it. That is fatal.
When you order a mattress in a box, you don't expect this. All over social media, people are going flying when they open up their vacuum-sealed mattresses. But there is a way to avoid going airborne. It's a far cry from how we're used to getting a new mattress. A couple of guys carrying it into your home and putting it on the bed frame. Now, after being compressed at the factory, a delivery guy drops your new mattress in a box and you do the work. Jaden King and her boyfriend, Michael Bevers, were excited to get their new mattress.
Are you okay?
And they, too, were in for quite a surprise.
Did you know that this could happen?
I understood from the way that it was tightly packed that it would have to expand a bit, but I thought it was one of those mattresses where once you cut it open, it stays thin and it expands slowly.
Did it hurt?
No, it did not hurt at all.
We went to a bedding shop in Parsippany, New Jersey. Turns out there's a correct way of unwrapping your new mattress and avoid getting smashed in the face.
Police pulled over a white woman for speeding, but arrested her black boyfriend instead. Video shows Maryland State Police pulling over a couple for going 45 miles per hour and the 30 miles per hour speed limit. The police proceeded to ask Antoine Webbington, a black man sitting in the passenger seat, for his identification. But Antoine didn't give the officers ID because he questioned whether it was legal for the officers to ask the passengers for ID. In fact, they stopped his girlfriend for speeding, and then the two officers began forcibly removing Antoine from the car.
Andrew, please! Please, no! They not trying to let me get out of the car myself, bro. I'm on the phone, obviously. You took your time with your investigation. I can't take my time and get off my car? No. My child's in the car. You had multiple chances. Give me a kiss.
Antoine's girlfriend, Heather Janney, continued to document the confrontation from the driver's seat. One of the officers falsely claimed that Antoine had a warrant because Antoine had never given him identification.
Tonight, terrifying moments playing out close to 205 feet in the air after riders say a child's seatbelt became unlatched on the Mamba roller coaster in Kansas City, Missouri, captured in this photo.
The first drop halfway through the hill, I'm sorry, this is really emotional because this little girl, the scream that she screamed, I've never heard anything like that before in my entire life.
Cassie and Chris Evans say they were riding the Mamba at the Worlds of Fun theme park earlier this month when they heard the young girl's screams.
Then she said, my seatbelt came off. There was this big of a gap between her and the lap bar.
The Mamba, the park's tallest roller coaster, reaching speeds of 75 miles per hour. The two quickly clutching both the girl and her friend until the end of the 3-minute ride. Afterward, reporting the incident to a ride attendant. According to the Missouri Department of Public Safety, more than 20 lap belts were not functioning properly when inspected that morning.
It's the dramatic moment a witness takes down a fleeing drunk driver.
You killed somebody!
The suspect pinned to the ground has just blown through a red light in a Dallas suburb, slamming head-on into a family of 4 in the gray sedan.
Stay right there! You see what you did?
The driver was killed. His wife and their 2 sons were badly injured.
There's a car accident, a Jeep out into an Impala.
In this just-released video, you see several other Good Samaritans trying desperately to come to the rescue. One bystander is distraught with what he's seeing. Justin Gonzalez is the hero witness who chased down the suspect, identified as Dylan Molina.
But I just had this feeling that he wasn't going to stay where he was. I heard his boots hitting the driveway of the neighbor's house that was right there. So I just automatically just took off running with him, trying to get him down. He was not saying any words that I heard. It was just more of a mumble.
Help me! Please help me!
Jesse Mack Butler's mom heard the screams of one of Jesse's victims and did not stop it. Let me reword that. The mother of convicted serial assaulter Jesse Mack Butler heard Jesse attacking one of his victims in her own home and did nothing to stop it. She knocked on the door of their movie room and asked, "Is everything okay?" And when her darling baby boy Jesse told her everything was fine, she walked away, knowing she had just heard a young girl fighting off an attack and screaming no. It would be hard to blame a family member for someone else's actions, but when a 17-year-old boy feels comfortable enough to bring 3 different girls to his home with at least his mother present, assault them, choke them unconscious, record it, and nearly take the life from one girl, there is a serious problem in that house. And considering this vile human was convicted of his crimes, but then in a disgusting miscarriage of justice was allowed to...
That woman called consumer expert Amy Davis for some help when the HOA told her that she needed to remove the fence, the safety fence around her swimming pool.
Their homeowner's insurance company told them they are required to have a fence around their pool, but just last year, 2 years later, the HOA told the family to take it down.
4 things motivated Susan Durgaprasad and her husband to install this safety gate around their backyard pool.
It provides safety for the entire community and our family.
But their homeowners association in Bender's Landing in Spring says this fence is not compliant with association guidelines and it must go. By email, Bender's Landing HOA president Bruce Johnson contends that corner lots like hers can only have a non-privacy fence constructed of iron.
And the way Texas law works is it says if the deed restrictions don't impose a restriction, it's up to the owner to decide how to use their property.
Still, the board has denied her appeal to allow her fence twice. Khan says she has 3 choices: move, pay for a much more expensive fence allowed by the HOA, or sue the board.
They're drinking the water from the leaky, drippy kitchen faucet.
A house of horrors in Irvine as it's overrun with rats.
There's no way a human being can live in this environment. There could be up to 1,000 rats living in this home.
Exterminator and rat expert David Scholke capturing the disturbing conditions on camera. The floor caked in rat poop, rodents running up the curtains.
When I walked in, there were rats coming up to me. So it just shows that it's been domesticated by the homeowners.
The city says the 94-year-old homeowner and her 63-year-old daughter and son-in-law who lived in the home were all hospitalized after the house was yellow tagged due to the deplorable conditions.
We've been dealing with rodents, rats particularly coming out of the house.
Right there, under.
Neighbors say the rodents have been a huge problem, chewing through their cars. The city says it's now working with the homeowner to clear the massive infestation.
The experts say any repairman should be able to instantly recognize and fix.
We're going to purposely misalign one of the sensors. This is going to make the garage door not close. This should be a simple fix for any door dealer that's not trying to rip you off.
To fix the problem, all you've got to do is realign the sensors, and just like that, it's fixed. Then I booked appointments. This guy is from a company called Garage Door Repair. I hand over the remote and let him get to work. He also spots the sensors, but when he comes back inside, his diagnosis is grim.
2 sensors are dead.
So those need to be replaced no matter what?
Exactly, no matter what.
Oh man, do you want to go and show me?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Back in the garage, he delivers more bad news.
So the gear over here is about to break. And the sensors are dead.
No, they're not. His price to fix it all today?
How much?
$720.
$720. But instead of hiring him, I had some questions.
Weren't you trying to rip me off just now?
No.
15-year-old girl severely injured at birthday party and lost her friends. It was Sophia's birthday, and she was celebrating with her 3 best friends at home. Her parents carefully prepared a birthday cake for her, then left the room to give them some private space. Amid the laughter and excitement, Sophia closed her eyes to make a birthday wish. As she smiled and blew out the candles, something unexpected happened. One of her friends suddenly pushed Sophia's face into the cake. When her face made contact with the cake, a sharp pain shot through Sophia, leaving her confused about what had just happened. Her friends thought it was a joke and excitedly called for her to get up. But to everyone's surprise, blood started to pour from Sophia's face. It turned out that there were small support sticks inside the cake, and one of them had pierced Sophia's face. Hearing the screams, Sophia's parents rushed into the room. Seeing the scene, they were horrified and immediately called emergency services. Luckily, paramedics arrived just in time and saved Sophia's life, but she was left with permanent scarring on her face. After the incident, Sophia's parents took her friends to court. However, since they were all only 15 years old, they faced no legal consequences.
The homeowner paid $85,000 to have it installed, and now the same state that approved it wants him to tear it down.
This is this guy. He has no problems at all.
It's about 190 feet long and connects Doctors Lake to Andy Kent's backyard.
I got a permit.
In fact, Kent says DEP gave him 2 permits.
The government is sitting here asking me to tear down an $85,000 dock that they permitted not once but twice.
The permits were issued summer 2019. It was near completion when a neighbor complained to DEP The new dock hinders his ability to navigate from a canal to the lake. August 2020, an administrative judge recommended DEP revoke Kent's permits now that the dock is finished.
I mean, there's just no way that can be legally correct. There's no way it can be fair to me as a taxpayer. I own a local business that has paid over $28 million in sales tax.
Kent offered this solution. In this illustration, the red line is a route.
He says this is the latest hazard neighbors are finding.
We don't understand why.
When Dennis Sackett brought his car in for a tune-up, he learned a small silver nail was stuck in his tire.
It was right back here. And
Sackett says he didn't think much of it, chalking it up to bad luck, and replaced the tire.
I didn't even think about the nails at that time. But then a few months later, I ended up getting a nail in the back tire on the other side.
It was around that time neighbors started talking, saying they were finding roofing nails like these scattered in the streets.
It isn't accidental. It's somebody doing it on purpose.
People started finding the small silver nails in October. A few weeks later, someone started covering the nails in electrical tape. Etta Smith has 2 boxes full of nails. Some are silver, the others are painted black, making them tough to spot in the street. She picks them up during her walks through the neighborhood.
Some days we'll pick up 20 nails, 25 nails, and other days, maybe 4 or 5.
Now he's asking neighbors to turn their home security cameras to face the street, hoping to catch who's ever throwing these nails.
The couple, who was black, recorded as their neighbor, who was white, called the cops saying she was being assaulted.
A woman who did in fact call police. Fareed calls this yet another example of white entitlement and black hate. The couple, they're both attorneys, live here. The neighbor's yard sits right next to theirs. Monday, Narinda was on a work call when she says the woman came to her home 3 times demanding to know if they had a permit to build a stone patio in their backyard. Narinda says it's been going on for 2 years. From the color of their house, lights in their backyard, the neighbor always has questions and they give her answers, but this time they felt enough was enough. They had done their research, knew they didn't need a permit. The town confirmed that. When she wasn't getting answers, the neighbor called police with an outrageous claim.
She backed up off of the property at that point. And at that point, she said, "I'm calling the police. You've assaulted."
Neighbors told police that was not true. You can hear them in the video telling the neighbor, "Shame on you." Police did respond, but all parties decided not to move forward.
They gave us 24 hours to remove it, but without it, our son can't even leave the house. That's exactly what happened to this Texas family when their homeowners association demanded they remove a wheelchair ramp built for their 11-year-old foster son who has cerebral palsy, is deaf and blind, and weighs 75 pounds. The ramp, constructed by a church group after years of struggling with makeshift solutions, was deemed an eyesore by the HOA within just 24 hours of completion. But here's where it gets worse. When the family refused, the HOA retaliated by filing a lien on their home over a completely unrelated violation, a brick mailbox they'd already fixed. Now, after nearly a decade in their home, this family of over 10 foster and adoptive children faces an impossible choice: sacrifice their son's mobility or move out. The father, who once cared for his own Parkinson's-stricken dad without a ramp, puts it bluntly: what if this was your child? This isn't just about one family. It's about every American who might one day need accommodations. Because if an HOA can punish a family for making their home accessible, what does that say about who we value in our communities?
Moore says for the past few years, he's been getting letters complaining about the condition of his property, specifically this pet door on his garage, which he installed when the home was built back in the 90s.
When they filed the petition and filed it in court, they asked for $200 a day for every day that the violation existed. That pet door has been there 17 years. So in essence, they wanted $1.2 million.
Also, according to the complaint, the HOA says Moore doesn't bring in his trash cans fast enough, hasn't removed this PVC pipe above his front door, and has weeds and dry patches in his yard.
Granted, my yard is not going to make Better Homes and Garden.
Right.
But this is San Antonio. You know, I do the best I can.
So you can honestly say you have not violated the rules?
No, I haven't. But they continually want more and more attorney fees, saying that I have.
Well, the question, I guess, is why not remove the pet door, remove the PVC pipe, and make them happy?
Well, I would do that, okay? but I'm not going to pay the $48,000 in attorney fees that they've racked up.
He's a Walmart personal shopper. He says his reputation, though, has been ruined by a woman who filmed him bagging items at the self-checkout, seemingly without paying for them.
This man says the viral video of him at the self-checkout at Walmart has ruined his reputation. Listen to the commentary from the woman recording the footage.
This man is literally just stealing everything. He ain't scanning.
49-year-old Bill Astle does appear to be putting all these items directly into his bag at the Walmart in Belleville, Illinois, without scanning any of them. Within 24 hours, it was seen around the world.
Just on Twitter alone, yes, it was more than 16 million views.
So more than 16 million people think this guy's a shoplifter, including his small town where everyone knows him.
I am not a thief. I was simply doing my job.
Turns out Bill Astle is a personal shopper. To save time, he uses the Walmart app to scan each item as he takes them from the shelves. Then when he gets to the checkout, he just needs to scan his phone for the entire purchase. Unfortunately, after a lifetime of behavior above suspicion, the video has painted him to the entire world as a crook.
The mandate from the Homeowners Association says residents must keep their garage doors open. Failure to comply can result in a $200 fine. Auburn Green's resident Fred Waitlow cleans out his garage.
And I got to remove all this stuff. This is personal belongings, pictures.
But it's not something he wants to do.
If we have to have this open from 8 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, anybody can help themselves and steal your blind, and they do it in this Auburn Greens complex.
This is not safe.
Shally Ia keeps her garage door closed, fearing what might happen if it's left open all day.
This will just be an open door policy and saying, welcome, take what you want.
A member of the board who did not want to speak on camera said the policy was enacted because of a resident who was allowing people to sleep in his or her garage.
I think they could have gone around this in a better, logical way, like, for example, maybe a monthly inspection.
The on-site manager closed its window and posted this sign as we pulled into the parking lot and didn't return our phone call. Until it is, Shally and others plan to keep their garage doors closed.
This so-called pump switching scam is becoming a growing problem, and they want to keep you from becoming the next victim.
Police here in Lower Marion Township call this pump switching a nuisance crime. They say it happens from time to time, and right now they're noticing an uptick, especially along City Ave, where some drivers have fallen victim to this scam.
So the way that it works is they'll take the pump out of your hand or offer to take it out of your hand and put it away for you, and then they'll keep the pump open and your credit card was in there when you swiped it, right? And so the next person through, if they give them $20 cash, they just charge it off until the pump stops working or your credit card fills up.
Now, police tell us the suspect in these cases will then pocket the cash they make and leave the station. According to police, most victims don't realize the crime has happened for days or even weeks after the incident, which makes it difficult for law enforcement to find and prosecute the offender. So they're warning people, unless you're in New Jersey, you should be the only person handling your gas pump. They say once you're done filling your tank, put the nozzle away, terminate the transaction on the machine, and make sure to get a receipt.
Now that a 4-year lawsuit has ended, the Diesel brothers are sharing their side of the story. A federal judge ordered the custom truck makers to pay more than $800,000 to the U.S. government as well as Davis County for polluting Utah's air.
Firing up the engine on this diesel truck, you can see the tailpipe vibrate, but don't see anything coming out. Diesel brothers back in 2016 stripped pieces like the DPF from their trucks, violating the Clean Air Act.
As awful and disgusting as those plumes look, they are equally serious health hazards.
The attorney for the Diesel brothers does not dispute that they had 23 trucks missing these important pieces, and neither did the judge, who ordered the Diesel brothers pay more than $800,000 to the U.S. government, 10% of which will go to Davis County. Meanwhile, the Diesel brothers say all of their diesel trucks are emissions compliant.
We burn 100% renewable diesel fuel.
This McDonald's parking lot in Brooklyn, New York. Their sign says if you're not a customer, you can get towed if you leave the premises for any reason or length of time. And holy cow, do they mean it. The moment Inside Edition producer Matt Troutman parked his car and walked off to another store,
There's the tow truck. Are you kidding me?
This tow truck driver rolled in and hooked the car.
This took 3 minutes for Matt's car to get towed.
And when our producer Katie Taylor parked her car in the same McDonald's parking lot, the same thing happened.
Let's see how long this takes.
8 minutes later, the tow truck driver was back.
Wow.
So how does he know just when to strike? Because he's lurking around the corner waiting for a call from this spotter who's hanging out at the McDonald's.
Here comes one of the spotters right now from inside the McDonald's.
Sure enough, here comes the tow truck. So where did our producer's towed car end up? It was hauled here to Cyclone City.
A lot of drivers don't mind paying the toll because they like seeing Sam, the toll collector who's been there for 29 years. But now he's been fired. And what for? Covering a $5 toll for someone who didn't have enough money? Last week, a driver was short on their trailer fee, and Sam stepped in. Without thinking twice, he pulled out his own wallet and covered the difference. He says it wasn't the first time. If someone was struggling, he was happy to help. But the Bridge Authority didn't care. They fired him for breaking the rules. The crazy part, they never gave him an official warning, just a few verbal reminders. Then suddenly they gave him an ultimatum, work only 2 days a week or leave. Sam was furious. If you don't trust me to work 5 days, why would you trust me to work 2? He refused the offer and got fired. Now, tons of people are calling out the Bridge Authority online, saying they're heartless for...
We begin with one of the most bizarre homeless encampments we've ever seen. Dozens of people have broken into and moved into a storage yard full of brand new luxury RVs.
SkyCal video of the lot near the corner of Gale and Azusa Avenues in City of Industry shows dozens of RVs with people appearing to live in them. Outdoor furniture and belongings in the yards like any neighborhood. Except this isn't a neighborhood. It's the storage lot of a company called Black Series RV. And this is their overflow stock of luxury campers that sell for 40 to 100 grand. Workers like Marilyn Martinez, who works nearby, say a city of squatters started taking over months ago. Massive piles of trash and debris piling up. The RV company says trespassers are now living in at least 50 of their campers. They tried using security teams to retrieve them. The city gave us a statement saying the city does not own the site. This is a private trespass dispute between the property owners and a private party. The city is working with the property owners in helping to coordinate cleanup efforts at the site. But Raymond Henderson, who says he lives in one of the RVs, says what you see here is desperation.
Did they already know that shelters is already full?
Just one small thing. This is a 2-car garage. Or is it? Come on. Keep going. Oh, stop. This is a Honda Accord.
This is as far as it goes, man.
Yeah, their 2-car garage is more like 1 5/8. Bring it down right. Oh yeah, that's good. What's in the way? How about the 2 water heaters the builder put on the back wall? The Kendalls asked about it during construction.
Talked to the foreman, and we said, hey, it looks kind of small. He said, listen, they know what they're doing. They know how to set it up for you to have a 2-car garage. It'll be fine.
But it's not fine. The original builder, Knight Homes, now owned by Dan Ryan. Right, so this is a small model Lexus, and they've got it in there about as far as it'll go. And I don't know, would you want to chance this? An IS-250 barely fit, and only because their garage is deeper. So we just measured the neighbor's garage. It was 197 inches from the water heater. Take a look at this. At their house, it's only 193. The Kendalls filed a warranty claim. It was denied.
Restaurant surveillance cameras show the plumber returning.
He put a balloon into our grease trap and he's not going to remove it until we paid.
Text exchange between the parties show the owners were given about an hour to pay their bill before the plumber left for the weekend.
If we were to leave the balloon in there, it would overflow the restaurant with water, dirty water that's going down the grease trap. Basically, we would have to shut down.
Plumber Joel Heverin tells 14 News over the phone he says the restaurant also had a history of being slow to make payments.
I don't have a magic wand I can wave and remove all of the garbage and debris from the drain line. So what we can do is we can snake it, we can verify that it's open, and working correctly, which is what we did.
Police officers came to the restaurant to mediate. Seen and the bill paid, Heron Plumbing removed the blockage.
All right, you're good to go.
The restaurant says the bill they handed over ultimately was marked.
We don't want that to happen to other customers and clients of his or other plumbers, because it's just ridiculous that it had to come down to this.
She purchased this 2004 JFRD fire truck from the city at an auction, but when it was delivered to her, the VIN numbers didn't match the title she was given.
And if you look on the auction page here,
all the paperwork and even the title to the 2004 fire truck, number 8746.
but this is the O2 truck, and on the back of it is 8649.
Maddie Herndon won the government auction on govdeals.com last September, approximately 10 days after Herndon paid a transporter to drive the truck from Jacksonville to Tampa. She realized the VIN number didn't match. When she contacted the city, she says they told her the truck was no longer available.
She basically just told me that we're really, really sorry. We really messed up.
We found Mrs. Herndon's 2004 ladder truck, the one she has the title to, here in the parking lot of Jacksonville's Fleet Services. We noticed what appears to be a large leak coming from the rear of truck 8746, and all the compartments on the truck were left open, revealing parts of the truck may have been removed. Herndon says the city offered her a little more than $1,500.
You've probably spotted them. License plates that look damaged or are obscured, which could thwart traffic cameras and avoid tickets and tolls. Veteran journalist Gersh Kunzman roams the city fixing illegible plates, one car at a time.
And this is what's interesting about this car.
He looked up this vehicle's history.
This guy used to get speeding tickets fairly regularly until about late 2020. So presumably he's had this condition for a few years and he's avoided speed camera tickets.
And you wouldn't believe who it belongs to.
He's got a placard that says NYPD.
That's right, he's an NYPD cop. A spokesman claims it was natural wear and tear that the officer only recently noticed. But cops must have been watching as we scoped out the plate.
2 hours later, we're back, and look at this. Brand new plates.
And that wasn't the only government employee who was driving around with suspicious plates. According to the placard, this car is owned by a district attorney consultant.
What caught my eye was these two little white patches, and sure enough, he's got KDE turned into KDF.
Robert Arthur Kirsting says his 1996 Chevrolet Monte Carlo Z34 failed the Illinois Vehicle Inspection Emissions Test.
And I got a car I love, it runs good, just can't get this part.
To pass the emissions test, the Z34 would need a new pump. Kirsting showed us documentation from an auto service shop stating a Chevrolet dealership and numerous auto parts stores were contacted and the part is no longer available. So Kirsting sent in a repair waiver application to Illinois Air Team.
Kirsting told us that he was able to get a representative from Illinois Air Team on the phone. And when she learned that this car was nearly 3 decades old, he says she told him, well, why don't you just go to a junkyard to find the part?
Here I am, a combat Vietnam veteran, and I can't get any leniency, any compassion.
It's important for Kirsting to solve this problem because if your car does not pass an emissions test, you cannot renew your registration.
Toyota Corollas made a disappearing act twice. First on January 9th, she called 911 and reported it missing. She says deputies told her the vehicle was repossessed because she was behind on payments.
And they're like, well, you're just a young girl. You guys don't pay your payments. This happens all the time.
But Wheeler proved them wrong and her car was returned. Wheeler thought the first time it was an honest mistake. Then November 9th, the car vanished again. She called 911. Deputies told her the same thing as before.
Kind of worried when I go outside from work or home that it's going to be gone again.
Wheeler's bank then sent this letter showing she is ahead on payments. The bank says it doesn't even have a contract with South Florida Auto Recovery. The state investigated the first repo, stripping the driver of his license and firing him for, quote, misconduct by repossession of the wrong vehicle. There is speculation about a 4-door Toyota Corolla with an identical license plate. The mystery has Wheeler worried for her safety.
Such a confusing situation. I don't know who to go to. I don't know where to go to.
Well, an amazing story in Laurel tonight. A driver who had his rims stolen off his car didn't just report it to police and move on.
That's right, because this guy decided to play detective himself, and he ended up finding the thief selling his stolen rims on Craigslist.
This Dodge Charger is James Ingram's pride and joy. When he saw what thieves had done to it in his own driveway, it hurt.
I was crushed. I was like, why would someone do that to my car? I worked so hard for it.
Ingram decided to do something about it. He went hunting for his stolen rims on Craigslist. There are a lot of ads for rims, but sure enough, he found his.
So I clicked, I was like, wow, this is these are my wheels. So I called the police.
So the police, posing as buyers, called the number on the Craigslist ad and set up a meeting. At the scheduled time and place, police say a man named LeVar Petty rolls in.
If you can sell them online, that could be the police that's contacting you. I was surprised, but he slipped up, so that's what happens.
Every 3,000 to 5,000 miles, Dan Pope takes his Toyota Camry in for an oil change.
I was sitting in the car at a local oil changing place, and I noticed the car was jerking and shaking quite a bit.
The technician didn't say anything and sent Dan on his way. 3,000 miles later,
I went back to my original mechanic, and he asked me who did the last oil change.
You see, this is what the technician discovered, a temporary oil plug.
I immediately went back to the first oil place that day as soon as I left my garage and showed him the temporary plug and told him about it.
A manager told Dan he would investigate the claim and get back in touch. About a month went by, no resolution.
I gave them a deadline of 5 o'clock on a Friday, and I didn't hear anything, so I contacted you guys.
We called the general manager.
About 2 days after that, they called me back and fixed the problem.
The repair shop reimbursing Dan for the cost of replacing the temporary plug and pan.
When I went to take the nozzle out of my truck, I smelled like a rotten animal smell.
And after Daniel Colombo drove his Ford F-350 away from this pump,
as soon as I left, I noticed the engine was running very rough. At a point, my truck would not accelerate past 65 miles per hour. The RPMs were sputtering up and down very aggressively.
Colombo had filled up 38 gallons, $180 worth of diesel at this Shell station. The pump shut by the state after Colombo filed a complaint. An inspector was out the very next day.
He said he found very high levels of sediment contamination in the fuel. He said it was so much sediment that he could visibly see black sediment pieces floating around in the fuel samples he took.
Here is the state report confirming the sediment found in the diesel. Colombo's mechanic says his fuel system needs to be checked. If there is damage, it could be thousands to replace parts.
I explained to him, well, you sold me contaminated fuel, which has now damaged my truck. And he just said, I'm not paying you a penny.
About a runaway gas pump. He says he stopped pumping fuel, but the gas meter kept going and he continued to be charged. When he complained, he couldn't get any answers.
As I was taking out the pump, the numbers kept running on the meter.
Holding his phone in one hand and the gas pump nozzle in the other, it clearly shows the liter and dollar amount continue to increase even though no fuel was being dispensed.
It was a worrying situation because the meter kept running and it's like as if I'm being scammed out of my money. So the first thing going through my head, oh my gosh, I need to record this because nobody's going to believe me.
Alexandrov says he was unable to get answers from the gas station as to what happened. After 2 months of questioning customer service, he was offered a gift card and a refund of his gas purchase. He feels he was overcharged less than 50 cents, but is concerned it may have happened to other customers as well.
But what was going through my mind is all the people that have pumped the gas before me, how many extra overcharge did they collect from that?
Well, this is a scary and sad situation that developed here overnight on the I-10 freeway near Dysart Road. Now, I can tell you that DPS has confirmed with us this morning that one person has died, 2 others were injured in a chain reaction crash. We're actually standing on the I-10 westbound at Dysart, which is shut down right now. You see all of these drivers here having to take the off-ramp at Dysart. And as we look past all of the troopers and investigators here on scene, we can see a portion of one of the semi-trucks that was actually involved in this crash. Now let's get straight to that video though to show you from our ADOT cameras overnight. You could see dark clouds of smoke that were billowing into the sky. Bright orange flames were in the center median. This happened at around 12:30 this morning, and according to DPS, there was a driver who was speeding in a Corvette heading westbound on the I-10 near Dysart Road when they collided with a semi-truck and then another vehicle. Now, 2 of the vehicles caught fire in this crash, and DPS says that the semi-truck driver died at the scene. 2 others were hurt.
This Audi S4 was Vince Hansen's pride and joy. On November 7th, he took it to Titan Motorsports in Orlando to have performance parts installed. 2 days later, when Hansen went to pick it up, he was told a technician would take it for a quick test drive while he paid the bill. But then
the phone at the shop rang, and the news was, hey, we really don't know how to tell you this, but your car was just in an accident around the corner from the shop.
this is what Hansen's car looked like after the mechanic driving it struck another car on Boggy Creek Road. According to the crash report, the mechanic was at fault and was ticketed for making an illegal U-turn. Hansen assumed Titan Motorsports would pay for the damage, but he claims when he asked for their insurance information,
it was, hey, you have insurance for your car, and you really should open up a claim.
Hansen showed us a letter from his insurance company to Titan that stated the shop's operation.
Breaking news. A Cybertruck owner in California just went through what might be the most expensive car wash of his life at a perfectly normal self-service station. There was no accident, no off-roading. He simply sprayed his truck with water, and within 10 seconds of the high-pressure rinse, the Cybertruck went completely dark, the touchscreen froze, the doors wouldn't open. It was as if this $100,000 steel beast had raised a white flag in front of a bucket of soap. What happened next was even more absurd. When he reached out to Tesla support for help, he didn't receive a solution. Instead, they sent him a link to the user manual. Tesla's exact words: "Please refer to page 198. You must activate car wash mode before washing." Yes, really. Before cleaning your Cybertruck, you're expected to tap through the central touchscreen and manually inform the vehicle, "I'm about to take a bath." If you need to read a manual before rinsing your truck, do you still trust it to get you through the end of the world?
Get the f*** out of here!
The new video reveals that it was the Cinnabon employees who were the victims, and everyone had misunderstood her. In the video, the Somali couple appears to be provoking her on purpose, repeatedly approaching her and even changing outfits to slip back into the store and create a confrontation. In the footage, the Muslim woman, identified by viewers, stands at the counter in a red jacket, constantly moving toward Crystal Wilsey with her phone raised, speaking in a taunting tone. Crystal points at her, stammering in frustration. "You've been here before. You changed your outfit just to come bother me again." Her emotions are clearly breaking down, not in attack mode, but more like someone pushed into a corner and reacting defensively. Meanwhile, the Somali couple keeps pressing her, getting closer, filming in her face, step by step. Every move looks like they're waiting for her to make another wrong reaction. So, which version is real? The camera never lies, but it never shows everything either. What do you think?
So this guy went to insure his Cybertruck and he was quoted $400 a month. And then he was told he was underquoted and the person who underquoted him was fired and it was actually supposed to be $800 a month. He was like, "You mean $800 for 6 months, right?" And State Farm said, "No, $800 per month, so you'll be paying $9,600 per year." Someone else chimed in and said Geico dropped their Cybertruck coverage completely and now they're paying $600 a month with Progressive. Another person said that Progressive refused to cover their full self-driving, which is like a $6,000 purchase in the event that their Cybertruck was totaled. A company called Hanover Insurance is dropping the Cybertruck completely, including for people that have had 0 accidents ever. They said that we are unable to adequately rate and underwrite this vehicle. Also, it looks like Geico is now refusing to cover the Cybertruck at all and has terminated all existing Cybertruck policies, saying it doesn't meet our underwriting guidelines. So if you can find coverage for the Cybertruck, you're looking at paying anywhere from $400 to $800 a month. So in many cases, more than what people are paying for the monthly payment of the Cybertruck itself. And that right there tells you everything you need to know about the Cybertruck. Just avoid.
A woman tried to hold a parking spot with her body and a driver taught her a lesson. Woman who tried to reserve a parking space by standing in it for her husband. According to the man, he had been circling the lot for a long time before finally finding an open space, only to see a woman physically standing in it. He asked her to move, explaining that parking spots are for cars, not people. She refused, claiming he wouldn't dare drive forward and insisting the spot belonged to her husband. Realizing she had no intention of leaving, the driver changed his approach. He positioned his car at the edge of the space and then got out, walking away from the parking lot. The woman panicked, thinking her husband would now have nowhere to park, and believing the man had left his car blocking the spot on purpose. She rushed after him, trying to get him to return and move his vehicle. But while she chased him, the driver had already activated his car's automatic parking feature. The car backed itself smoothly into the space without anyone inside. By the time the woman turned around, the car was fully parked and the man was nowhere nearby. She was angry but had no way to fix the situation. The spot was legally taken and her plan to save it had completely failed. Do you think it's right to use your body to reserve a parking space?
Breaking news. Police refuse to chase stolen Cybertruck, claiming it's too heavy to tow. Yes, you read that correctly. In a bizarre twist, a $100,000 Cybertruck was stolen in broad daylight in Los Angeles. But when police spotted it speeding on the highway, they chose to abandon the pursuit because the vehicle was apparently too heavy to tow. A police spokesperson explained, "The Cybertruck is too large and too heavy for our equipment. We won't risk damaging our trucks to chase it." As the stolen vehicle sped away, bystanders filmed the entire ordeal, showing the police watching helplessly from a distance, unable to take action. One viral video even showed the police giving up the chase, letting the Cybertruck disappear into traffic. The irony? A truck that's marketed as bulletproof and apocalypse-ready is now too heavy for the police to catch. So now the big question is, if a $100,000 truck can't even be chased by the police, does Tesla's indestructible promise still hold up?
Breaking news. A man was burned alive inside his $100,000 Cybertruck, and Tesla says it's not their fault. Shane, 47, had owned his brand new Cybertruck for just 102 days. Then, while driving in Harris County, he got into a crash. But the crash didn't kill him. What killed him was being trapped inside. According to the lawsuit filed by his grieving family, the collision wasn't even that serious. But it knocked out the truck's electrical system. Suddenly nothing worked. Not the doors, not the windows, not even the so-called emergency release. And here's the real horror. The manual release was hidden. No instructions, no label, buried beneath the dashboard. Shane had seconds. The fire moved fast. He had no chance. He died locked inside a smart truck that wouldn't let him out. His wife and parents are now suing Tesla, calling the Cybertruck a design-first death trap. They claim it prioritizes sleek aesthetics over basic life-saving features.
And all of a sudden the truck starts jerking in the middle of the car wash, and I started honking my horn and the car stopped moving.
Workers running in to help.
And one of them reaches over on the ground and lifts up my running board.
Employees later telling him they put in the wrong code. The wheel washers that he didn't pay for came out and ripped off his running board.
You can see that's steel. That's not aluminum, it's not plastic, that's steel.
Now his driver's side running board looks like this. The bill to fix it coming out to more than $2,500. After an hour of filling out forms, the company saying he'd hear from them in 24 hours. A week later, silence.
I sent emails to your public relations department and two presidents of the company.
See what we can do and where we can go from here, all right, boss?
All right, Christopher.
Be as hopeful as possible.
Thank you, buddy.
Still nothing. News 4 reaching out on our own, twice.
Nope, we've been advised we are not giving any statements to you people. Thank you.
Breaking news. Man forgets parking brake. Cybertruck charges into a river like a runaway beast. And Tesla refuses to pay a dime. It sounds like a joke, but this actually happened. In Colorado, a man pulled over at a scenic rest stop just to grab a coffee. Seconds later, he turned around and his $100,000 Cybertruck was calmly rolling toward the river. No warning chime, no dashboard alert, just a silent, slow-motion disaster. And just as he debated whether to jump in, the truck plunged into the water with a dramatic splash, like something out of a movie. But the real shock came after. The doors locked automatically. Water poured in through the frame. And the smart truck's autopilot, it didn't even flinch, pretending not to notice. Tesla's official response? The incident was caused by improper user operation. So let's break that down. You forget the parking brake. The truck says nothing. But when the $100,000 machine drives itself into a river, you're the one stuck with the $32,000 repair bill.
preventing homeowners associations from banning pickup trucks and work trucks from parking in driveways.
Ryan McIntyre, who goes by Mac, loves his 2014 Chevy Silverado pickup.
It's functional, hauling things most of all. Also is the extended cab, because I do have a wife and daughter.
But his truck doesn't easily fit into his garage, and
I cannot park my own truck in my own driveway.
His subdivision, The Meadows, doesn't allow pickup trucks or commercial vehicles in their driveways between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. based on rules written in 1976, before Jimmy Carter first took office. Violators caught by the association's nightly safety patrol face warning letters, fines, and can be towed out of their own driveways. Mac and his wife now make twice daily trips to drop off and pick up his truck at a fenced-in lot our odometer shows is 0.8 of a mile from his home. He and his neighbors pay $500 per vehicle per year to park there.
We all know each other. We see each other every night and every morning.
If you come back at night, it's full.
A Cybertruck got caught in a freak hailstorm in Texas. All of the other cars' windshields were totally fine, except for, you guessed it, the Cybertruck. The Cybertruck's windshield is supposed to be very durable, to the point that somebody made a video of themselves jumping up and down on the glass. Unfortunately for the person that got caught in the hailstorm, it's going to set them back a pretty penny. It's going to cost $2,326. Somebody responded, you might want to try and fight that. The armored glass is supposed to be resistant to this sort of thing. Tesla's own website for the Cybertruck says that the glass should be able to resist Class 4 hail. Unfortunately for this Cybertruck owner, that doesn't appear to be the case, especially because replacing shatter-resistant glass is very expensive. You can really see the key issue in this picture here. The Cybertruck's windshield is absolutely massive, giving it a large surface area, exposing it to more risk of damage. And it's also completely flat. All other cars have curved windshields for a reason. Curved glass is less likely to shatter and cause injury in the event of breakage compared to flat glass. This is yet another case of Tesla trying to fix something that isn't broken and be innovative. In reality, what they've done is make the car less safe for its occupants and much more expensive to repair. If that's innovation, no thanks.
Breaking news. A parking ticket just destroyed a $100,000 Cybertruck, and Tesla says it's the owner's fault. This incident took place in a regular parking lot in California, where a Cybertruck owner parked his $100,000 truck just like any other day. The city issued a routine parking ticket, but what happened next was downright absurd. When the owner returned to the vehicle, it was unrecognizable. Tesla's so-called smart system couldn't differentiate between a simple parking violation and a major hazard. The truck's sensitive sensors mistakenly interpreted the parking ticket as a severe risk, causing the sunroof to shatter and the entire electrical system to fail, all because the truck was parked too close to the curb. And here's the most unbelievable part. When the owner reached out to Tesla for assistance, this was the response he got. "It's your fault. You parked too close to the curb." Tesla didn't take responsibility for their product or offer any support. Instead, they simply said, "It's your fault," leaving the owner with a $5,000 repair bill.
A family loses everything or almost everything after a moving company they hired to relocate their mobile home left it abandoned in the middle of a road in North Houston.
This couple left to pick up the pieces after the house they spent 16 years turning into a home was dropped in the middle of Malcolm Drive Tuesday by a moving company they hired and then demolished by the city on Thursday morning. And the city told us because the home was blocking the road, it was a safety hazard, and because of its condition, it couldn't be moved, only torn down. Hugo says they saved only what they and a group of kind strangers could grab before the demolition. Most of their belongings were left behind. Hugo says he was moving because the land he had been renting was sold. He says he quickly hired someone to help him relocate. This is the contract Hugo says was written by Jose Antonio Serratos, the owner of Serratos Mobile Home Company. According to Hugo, Serratos promised to move his home in just 6 hours, and he paid him money up front. The job was never finished. Hugo says the moving company's trailer broke, 3 tires popped, and his family's home was left abandoned.
Breaking news. Tesla is now facing a massive class action lawsuit because Cybertruck repairs are costing more than entire cars. In California, dozens of frustrated owners have joined together after receiving shocking repair bills. One driver was quoted $16,000 to fix a dented door. Another, $22,000 just to replace a cracked windshield and bent panel. That's more than the price of a brand new Toyota Corolla. Lawyers argue Tesla misled buyers by advertising the Cybertruck as indestructible. Instead, the truck's stainless steel body is so rigid that even minor damage requires full panel replacements at luxury car prices. The lawsuit also claims Tesla service centers are backlogged for months, forcing some owners to leave their $100,000 trucks sitting in garages, unusable. On social media, the backlash is explosive. One viral comment reads, "The truck built for Mars can't even survive a parking lot scratch without bankrupting you." Critics say this case could redefine consumer trust in EVs. If Tesla loses, it won't just pay damages. It could face the label of selling the most expensive vehicle to maintain in U.S. history.
It's a stunning sight. Thousands of packages stolen right off of trains. If your UPS or Amazon package hasn't arrived, it might be somewhere here in this mess, discarded on a Union Pacific Railroad track near downtown LA. As freight trains slow down or come to a halt, the thieves leap on board with bolt cutters, open giant containers, and take whatever they want. This is what they leave behind. All these boxes, some empty, some not. Look, this box was full of COVID home testing kits, a precious product tough to buy at many pharmacies. This bag held a bunch of UPS packages bound for homes across America. This Amazon envelope wasn't even opened. The thieves just tossed it away. Some of these boxes contained retail goods bound for America's empty store shelves. While criminals are being caught and arrested, charges are reduced to a misdemeanor or petty offense, and the person is back on the streets in less than 24 hours after paying a nominal fine. In fact, criminals boast to our officers that there is no consequence. And the 21st century version of the Great Train Robbery goes on and on.
And today we're checking out roofs, something that can cause homeowners big headaches. First, we had our experts look at our roof. Ray Lavecchio is a home inspector with 30 years experience.
If someone says to you, you need a new roof, absolutely not. You don't need a new roof. Just some minor repairs, that's all.
Those repairs should only cost $400 to $600, according to our experts. It was time to call some contractors to take a look. This guy walked around our roof, lifted some shingles, picked off a couple of loose ones. Our experts were watching from a control room on the first floor. When the roofer finished, he came back in the house and he had some bad news to deliver.
How long will it take and how much will it cost?
It will be half a day to a day job.
Okay.
And it'll be $1,800.
$1,800.
Yes.
I think that's a little excessive, and especially saying it's going to take a half a day. I think you got a couple hours worth of work there, and that should take care of it.
When we first met Wayne Crowder, he was making this noise to describe his engine after an oil change at his local Jiffy Lube. He claimed the technician forgot to put oil in his engine and sent him on his way. We took a diagnostic report of Wayne's damaged engine to an independent mechanic. Total cost for a new engine about $9,000. Wayne had to take out a pair of loans and got a call the very next day from Starburst Enterprises 4. That's the company that owns and runs that specific Jiffy Lube franchise.
He says, how about if I send you a check?
Sure enough, the registered agent showed up at Wayne's house with a check for $9,191. Wayne's claim did have a little more grease with a default judgment from the Polk County Small Claims Court. Not to mention the handful of signs that he had put up in his yard and on his vehicle for months.
Good to his word, Wayne did take those signs down. Even though they wrote him a check, the Jiffy Lube franchise did not admit any fault and says he might just change his own oil next time.
But you know what? I have a feeling he probably gets some really great service.
A former Ford employee thought he had it made.
They had an employee at Ford Motor Company that was stealing millions of dollars of brand new parts right off the line.
A side gig he believed would pay big profits. The investigation revealing he had allegedly been stealing for at least 2 years from Ford plants in Wayne, Dearborn, and Flat Rock.
So he'd steal these parts from the assembly plants, and then they would take them to a third-party auto shop, and they would post them on eBay and then sell them via eBay.
Those auto shops located in Detroit.
Yeah, so West Chicago, there was a facility, and then they would sell a lot of these parts off of Greenfield and Joy.
Police not revealing just how this criminal activity unraveled, but they do say this.
When we executed a search warrant at one of the shops in Detroit, from the floor to the ceiling was stacked with brand new auto parts. Brand new hoods and boxes and taillight assemblies, headlight assemblies, bumpers. Yeah, they're closed for the moment, and we're working with all our partners to see if we can't shut them down permanently.
Ford Motor Company also helped with this investigation.
Their global investigations team works hand in hand with us. So all these folks are currently in custody. Right now I can't release their information because we don't have we have charges pending.
Built to explore the open road, but this is the end of the journey for hundreds of RVs stacked up in a North Seattle tow yard.
It's the ugly underbelly of the homeless crisis. Bacteria, rodents, black water, all of it.
City contracts with Chuck to haul away RVs after they're abandoned or residents are moved into housing from encampments. This is where Governor Jay Inslee said encampments like this are a scourge on the state.
It is inexcusable to accept Washington with homelessness of this dimension.
RV camps have caused major issues in Seattle.
And we're just tired. We're tired of fighting with it.
Chuck says his lot is over capacity with more than 200 junk RVs right now, and he's been told to expect more over the next 3 weeks.
These things are filled with needles. The single biggest fear I have is my guys getting stabbed.
The red tape to get rid of RVs can mean months of delays. Some don't have VIN numbers on them, and Chuck has to try to find and contact owners before hauling them to a wrecking yard.
Tiffany Walker had only made 3 car payments on her new SUV, and now it's totaled. She wants Tomball Ford to pay for the damages, but the dealership says it's not responsible either.
This is her vehicle hours after she dropped it off at Tomball Ford for the first oil change and some warranty work. A total loss.
I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. And then I immediately became angry.
Tiffany says Tomball Ford employees told her while their mechanic was driving the vehicle during some repairs, another driver failed to yield the right-of-way, turning left in front of the mechanic, causing him to hit that vehicle. The police report supports that and assigns all blame to the other driver. The dealership is adamant the driver at fault's insurance, Allstate, should pay for the damage. But Allstate says its client is only 70% liable and the mechanic is 30% responsible, claiming he could have avoided hitting the other driver and suggested he was either speeding or distracted. Tomball Ford's general manager wouldn't talk with me on camera.
A family loses everything or almost everything after a moving company they hired to relocate their mobile home left it abandoned in the middle of a road in North Houston.
This couple left to pick up the pieces after the house they spent 16 years turning into a home was dropped in the middle of Malcolm Drive Tuesday by a moving company they hired and then demolished by the city on Thursday morning. And the city told us because the home was blocking the road, it was a safety hazard, and because of its condition, it couldn't be moved, only torn down. Hugo says they saved only what they and a group of kind strangers could grab before the demolition. Most of their belongings were left behind. Hugo says he was moving because the land he had been renting was sold. He says he quickly hired someone to help him relocate. This is the contract Hugo says was written by Jose Antonio Serratos, the owner of Serratos Mobile Home Company. According to Hugo, Serratos promised to move his home in just 6 hours, and he paid him money up front. The job was never finished. Hugo says the moving company's trailer broke.
A Central Florida family's car towed after paying to park in downtown Orlando.
It is stolen. They took my car.
Check out this City of Orlando surveillance video. It shows a tow truck from NRJ Towing going through the intersection of Garland and Livingston with the family's Chevy Bolt attached. The tow truck appears to run a red light, and a few minutes later, you see John trying to chase it down.
Got my keys out of my pocket and I pressed the button and the
the lights turned on, and I'm like, that is my car.
A closer look at that video shows the timestamp at 21:56:30. That's 9:56 p.m. with the truck already through the intersection, 4 minutes before the parking time was supposed to expire. John expressed his frustration to Orlando police.
Okay, but the vehicle wasn't stolen, it was towed. It was being towed, that's what it was. It wasn't stolen. You get what I'm trying to say?
Stolen by taking the car.
Under Florida law, a person commits theft if they deprive another person of their property, even temporarily.
This was the Cybertruck that got polished, and they ended up calling the cops on it. As you guys know, Cybertrucks do not come polished. They just come with a regular steel look, just like that. And they ended up polishing the steel on this one, and it gave it that mirror-like finish, and a lot of people basically freaked out when they saw it going around. Because obviously it was just reflecting everything and causing some glare. So much to the point that you actually couldn't see it while it was going around. And essentially what ended up happening was, I mean, there's no problem with it, so they couldn't do anything about it, even though it was causing all this glare. Imagine you're minding your own business and that thing just comes up like a shiny orb out of nowhere.
This is actually what happens when you oil up Toby's. He gets this shiny.
What?
Yeah, for real.
I mean, you can literally watch the process of them buffing and polishing it. It is a mirror. And then Greg commented or pointed this out. This is a $400. Apparently they're super rare, but I don't know anything about them. Right, Gregory?
It is apparently super rare.
To me, I didn't even know. Right-hand drive, too.